All right, we are just about through our pink no box time runs. Pink no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Red box, your time runs coming up 7, 8, 9, and 10. And of course, we'll let you go on all the way over to 14. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to you when I say please move your carts out of the staging lanes. Thank you to that red golf cart. Thank you for listening. All right, boys and girls, over here on my computer, I'm reading Brennan Wheats over there in that right-hand auto and outlets lane, coming in from Clinton, Iowa. That may not be correct. Yep, that is Brennan Wheats over there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going... It is going to be a busy day, which is why it is absolutely imperative that we keep all support vehicles, all golf carts, all bikes, anything that you're using over there in the staging lanes, we must keep those staging lanes clear. Please do not just sit in your golf cart and watch the races from the staging lanes. Please remove all support vehicles from the staging lanes. It is going to get hectic out there today, and we need all the room we can get. This includes all the golf carts sitting out there in front of our track support vehicles. That is not a place to watch the races. Please remove all support vehicles from the staging lanes. And red box, time run 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Alright, boys and girls, it looks like our final pink no-box competitor is coming. Pink no-box, if you did not get your time run, we will not let you make it up later. So we are about to close out the pink no-box time runs. Red box time runs, you are about to kick off. Just a couple passes here. Alright, boys and girls, that ends the pink no-box time run session. I do have a yellow no-box coming up here in just a little bit, but for right now, we're moving on to the red. Once we get worked through that, I'll go ahead and bring yellow to the lanes. Yellow, you stand by. Yellow no-box, you are standing by for your time run. red no box, we're bringing you up 7 to 14, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Once again, red no box, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 if needed. Ladies and gentlemen, I just managed to stick my head out the door out there, and I catch a whiff of the Dragway Diner. Getting ready to serve up lunch here in just a little bit. Today they're going to be having pulled pork sandwiches, along with those cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hot dogs, and everything else you love over there at the Dragway Diner. Alright, I'll go ahead and say it again. Please do not park your golf carts in front of the support vehicles over there. Those are emergency vehicles and may need to be moved at any time. Please, do not keep your carts in the staging lanes and watch the races from back there. Please, move your golf carts out of the staging lanes. Are the announcements not making it over there in front of the safety vehicles? Please move those golf carts. Thank you. That's a start. Once again, it's going to get hectic out there, ladies and gentlemen. I need to keep the staging lanes clear. No golf carts, no hanging out in the golf cart and watching the races from back there in the staging lanes. Keep the staging lanes clear of golf carts. I'm looking at a green, a blue, a gray, and a red golf cart that all need to be moved, please. Yellow no box, one and only time run. Yellow no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yellow no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your one and only time run. Yellow no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Once again, yellow no box, your one and only time run, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Come on down, it's your chance to dance. I'm quickly working my way through that red box category. I got a few more cars to go, and I'm looking for yellow no box up here in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yellow no box 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your one and only yellow no box time run.
I was like, just say red.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are running. We are running our red box cars at the moment. You get one. We are not going to let you come back because you missed it and get another one in. If you miss your opportunity, you miss it. So, red box cars. We're still working our way through 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Find yourself in the lanes if you need. We are down to our final few time runs in red box. If you want a time run in red box, you need to be in the lanes now. We will not let you make it up later. Yellow, no box. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yellow, no box. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Once again, yellow, no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. right, folks, I'm down to my final few in red box. All right, and with the staging lanes open now, that gives me the chance to call up my blue box cars. Blue box cars, time run. We're in 7, 8, 9, and 10, and we spill all the way over to 14 if need be. Once again, blue box cars, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 if needed. Please do not leave your car out there in the back end of the staging lanes. Once again, blue box, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and you can fill it on up all the way over to 14. We are just about to end our red box cars right here. We're going to go ahead and move on. Yellow no box, you should be 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yellow no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And blue box cars, I should have you in 7, 8, 9, and 10. And go ahead and fill it on out to 14 if needed. Just don't leave your car hanging out in the back of the staging lanes. We are now doing yellow no box. Time runs. Red box, time runs, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 11, 12, 13, and 14 are open if you need them. And yellow no box, you should be 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your time run. Looking out to the staging lanes, ladies and gentlemen, looks like I'm just about out of yellow no box. Blue box cars, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 if needed. Blue box cars coming to the line. Blue box, you should be in 7 to 14. 7 to 14. Racers, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are racing, which means unless you're coming back from a race, you should not be on that return road. Once again, the return road. Once again, racers, that return road is a one-way path once we begin racing. We are racing, which means the return road is one way. No driving down there to warm up your cars. Please take a lap around the property, but do not head down that return road. We've had a couple of, we haven't had any issues, but we've had a couple of stops, and we're getting a little jammed up down there. So please, that return road is one way only. No driving down the return road. Unless, of course, you're coming back from a pass. Once again, racers, I've opened up those staging lanes all the way over to 14. Let's make sure we're not leaving the back end of our cars hanging out there in the back of the staging lanes. Come on up into those lanes. We got a fairly decent-sized car count going down today. Racers, it looks like we're just about over halfway through our blue box category. box, I need you for round 1 to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Or, sorry, pink no box. Sorry, I got that backwards. Pink no box. 3, 4, 5, and 6, round 1. Pink no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 368K, John Holly, you are my potential buy. Let's put you in 2. You're going to come up with the yellow. So, pink no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Card 368, John Holly, you're my potential buy. You'll come up with the yellow. That's 368K for John Holly. 368K. Coming up with the yellow. Pink, no box cars. You're in 3, 4, 5, and 6 for round 1. Car 368K, John Holly, you are my potential buy. Pink no box, you're coming up to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pink no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. John Holly, 368K, you'll be coming up with the yellow, as you're my potential buy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, check your caps. If you've been running in that left-hand lane, we found a fuel cap over here in the left-hand lane. Check your vehicles for your fuel caps if you've been running left. And Once again, at this time, I should have pink no box making their way up to 3, 4, 5, and 6. In car 368K, John Holly, you're coming up with the yellow. You are my potential buy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a 50-50 raffle kicking off today. Right here at the base of the tower, you can find that little raffle booth. 50-50, get yourself entered. That is ALS United, ALS of Chicago, down there at the bottom of the tower. 50-50 raffle. Come on over, buy yourself some tickets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to shoot a brief reminder. Everybody make sure they're turning their tech cards in. I had a couple of runs go down I don't have tech cards for, so please make sure you're turning your tech cards in. and gentlemen, that should conclude my time runs for my no box and my box. Junior dragsters, stand by. You are going to be doing your first round of time runs after our first round of competition. Once again, juniors, once we get through our first round of competition, we're going to go ahead and do up your first round of time runs, so you are standing by. I currently have my pink no box in the lanes ready for round number 1. And remember, we do have a first round buyback. If your first round doesn't go your way, you can stop by the souvenir stand and buy yourself back into that second round. You can also stop by the 50-50 raffle and get yourself a few tickets, get yourself entered in the ALS 50-50 raffle that we're doing this afternoon. We're going to take a few swipes at the track, drag it off, get a little brushing going on. We're going to get a nice fresh surface for you. We're going to be back with some more racing for you momentarily. Once again, juniors, your first round of time runs will begin after round 1 of competition. And pink no box, you should be 3, 4, 5, and 6. And car 368K, you're going to be my buy coming up with the yellows, or potential buy coming up with the yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, that ALS 50-50 raffle kicking off right down here at the base of the tower. Come on by, get yourself some tickets. You get an arm length for 10 or a wingspan for 20. That is the best deal going. Get yourself an arm length of tickets for $10 or come on down and have them measure you out a wingspan. That's tip to tip. That guy down there is 6'4". That's plenty of tickets. $20 for a wingspan down there at the ALS booth. Right here at the base of the tower. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are all set to start up with our next round of competition. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this week we suffered a tragedy in this country. And someone had unfortunately taken a few lives out in Minnesota. So if we would please, I'd like to observe a moment of silence for those that we've lost in the recent tragedy in Minnesota. Father God, today we thank you for the privilege of being able to race at Byron Dragway. Please watch over the racers, the staff, and the spectators, and we ask that you keep all of us safe. In Jesus' name, amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land competition about to begin here. Don't forget, we do have first-round buybacks. If that first round doesn't go your way, you can stop on by the souvenir stand, buy yourself back into that second round, as we're getting ready to kick it off. Pink no box, coming to the water box, round one. First pair up brings Kip Norup up against Jace Deering. Kip Norup coming up in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Jace Deering over there in the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Kip Norup goes 001 red, gives it on over to Jace Deering. Jace Deering goes 21 off the tree. Looking for that 576, goes 569, but Kip Norup jumped the line, so Jace moving on to the next round. I got Mike Cole. Mike Cole taking on Tyler Weed on that one. Mike Cole gets away with a 23 and goes 694 with a 1 in the win at 97 miles an hour. Tyler Weed goes 008 off the tree and goes 641 with a 7 and 102. Not enough. He'll have to buy back into the next round. John Redminster against Brian Dumdye. And Dumdye over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane gets the win light, looking for a 578. He drives that 578 with a 7, hits it on with a 7, 114 miles an hour. He'll be moving on to that next round, as John Redminster is going to have to buy into round 2 if he wants to come back. Ricky Pena coming up against Jeff Woods. I'm sorry, that is Chris Fuller. Chris Fuller over there in that right-hand lane. Chris Fuller going to get the win light there. He goes 48 off the tree. 6:13 with a 3 and 111. As Ricky Pena jumps the line, 008 red. Taylor Schleter coming up against Todd Hahn. Red box cars, round 1. Red box cars, round 1. Come on down. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 if needed. And car 348L, Jim Laughlin. You are my potential buy. You'll be coming up with the blues. 48L, Jim Laughlin. You'll be coming up with the blues. Red box cars, 7 to 14. Come on down. It's your chance to dance. Maureen Lancaster taking on Brian Weeds. And Maureen Lancaster breaks out. Dial for a 640, goes 638 with a 5 and 107. Brendan Weeds gets away with a 14, goes 687 with a 7 and 96. Frost coming up against Mike Etchison on this one. It'll be Ed Frost tripping the win light, 005 on the line as he drives a 690 or 669 with a 3 and 101. Mike Etchison goes 101 off the line, looking for a 607, goes 607 with an 8 and 112. Connie Jasinski over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Parker Zimmerman taking on the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane of 579 over a 621. Once again, red box, round 1. You should be coming up 7 to 14. Round 1 for red box, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 if needed. And a 008 for Parker Zimmerman as he gets topside with a 624 with a 2 at 101. That'll get the win light. Connie Jasinski gets away with a 151, goes 583 with a 6 at 121 miles an hour. Brando Carlson coming up against Kenny Norup. Nearly identical reaction times, and Brando Carlson going to get it. He gets away with a 15 on the tree. Drives dead on with a 5. 560 with a 5 at 120 miles an hour. Kenny Norup breaks out with a 574 with a 1, 118. Grant Zimmerman pulling under the lanes against Jesse Albright. 621 over a 660. Jesse Albright nicked it. A 38 red on the tree, which gives it over to Grant Zimmerman. Grant Zimmerman goes 20 on the line. Tries for that 621, hits a 619 with an 8, breaks out. However, Jesse jumped the line, giving him that win. Jesse, you're going to have to buy into round 2. And Siobhan Warner gets the win on that one. Goes an 11 off the line. Looking for that 675. Drives dead on with a 3 at 98 miles an hour as Jim Laughlin breaks out trying to hit a 651. He goes 650 with an 8 at 100 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that should round out our first round of Pink No Box competition. Red No Box, we're about ready to turn to you. Tanner McDonald coming to the line against Dave Ansel.
I think I knew that. That word sounds familiar.
And Dave Ansel going to get the win light. There he goes, 10 on the tree. Drives a 529 with a 6 at 119 miles an hour. Tanner McDonald got away with a 56 on the line, a 609 with a 7, 111. Brent Vincent coming up against the hipster Dan Whelan. Brent Vincent looking for getting the win on that one. 006 on the tree, dialing for 649, goes 650 with a 2 at 103 miles an hour. says Shauna Whiteman over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, going against Stephen Morons, and Stephen Morons gets the win light there, 17 off the tree. Drives his 678 with a 2 is what he dialed up, a 101 up the back end. Stephen Morons getting the win, going on to the next round. Ron Talixon goes up against Darryl Fulton. And Ron Talixon gets the win, 27 off the tree, 567 with a 6, trying to hit that 565 at 121 miles an hour. All right, if I'm reading this right, it's Brian Whitworth over here against Steve Rubinski. And Steve Rubinski over there in the right-hand lane gets the win, 21 off the tree with a 664 with a 3, trying to hit that 467. But his opponent goes red. 002 red in the left-hand lane, handing that win on over to Steve Rubinski. Tim Vince in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mark Bertram over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. A 487. Trying to dial up against a 449. Tim Vincent goes red. 002 in the red. So Mark Bertram going to get it with a 44 on the line. Dialing a 449. Goes 452 with a 4 to 139. Bruce Van Stratton went up against Corey Wood on that one, and they both punched the tree and went red. But Bruce Van Stratton did it by less, so he's going to get the win. Bruce Van Stratton goes 27 red. Corey Wood went 41 red. Bruce moving on to the next round. Machine Gun Kelly Spears hitting a 474 over here in the left-hand lane. Daniel Whalen lined up over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Looks like something went wrong off the line. Kelly Spears going to get the win there. 54 on the tree. Dialing for a 474. Goes 475 with a 2 at 143 miles an hour. That's Daniel Whalen pulling out the back end. 1451 with an 8. 46 miles an hour in the 8th. Schleter coming up in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Jay Allen over there in the right hand, Auto and Outlets lane. Jay Allen, 005 on the line. Dialed for a 487. He drives dead on with a 6 at 141 miles an hour as Clay Schleter goes 12 on the tree and goes dead on. 606 flat, 112 miles an hour. Jay Allen gets the win light. Vince Magnarcino over here in the left-hand lane. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. John Schober over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Vince looking for a 472. John down for a 491. And John Schober activates the win light. Vince Magnarcino goes 002 red. Hands it on over to John. John goes 39 off the tree. Dials for a 491. Hits it dead on with a 3 at 139 miles an hour. Wendell Curley in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Al Snyder over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Al Snyder looking for a 530, goes 533 with a 9 at 121 miles an hour. And he's going to get the win there. Wendell Curley, not fast enough. DJ Matika coming up in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mark Gutscheim over there in the right hand, Auto and Outlets lane. DJ looking for a 576, Mark on a 616. The left-hand lane has Greg Rouleau coming on up, looking for a 385. John Savarino over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. 475 is what he's dialing up. John Savarino goes red. Greg Rouleau comes up with, trying to hit that 385, goes 393 with a 4. 179 miles an hour. John Savarino goes 62 red. Josh Goyke coming to the line. against Tim Falker. Tim Falker goes 12 red. Josh Goyke going to get the win there. 22 in the green. Dialed up for 479. Drives dead on with a 9 at 142 miles an hour for Josh Goyke. Stephen List Jr. over here in that left-hand lane, and he gets the win light. Looking for a 510. Stephen List Jr. looking for that 510, goes 509 with an 8 at 132. As his opponent looking for a 607, goes 604 with a 3. And breaks out a little bit worse. Stephen List Jr. coming through to the next round. Eric Pavicic coming to the line. Eric Pavicic running up against Jessica Robertson. And Jessica Robertson gets the win light on that one. She goes 46 on the tree, 443 with a 6, trying to hit that 542. 543 with a 6, sorry, trying to hit that 542. 124 miles an hour. Eric Pavicic breaks out, trying to hit 575, goes 574. Mitch Vincent coming in against Ed Nemechek, or Ed Nemec. Nemec getting the win light there, 006 on the tree, tied for a 518, goes 520 with a 1, 133 miles an hour. As Mitch Vincent was looking for a 489 with 488, 135. Dan Klein pulling up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Nick Helms. Over there in the Auto and Outlets lane. And it's going to be Nick Helms getting the win light. 30 off the tree, down for a 644. He goes 644 flat at 106 miles an hour. Remember, competitors, if that first round doesn't go your way, you can always swing back by the souvenir stand and buy yourself back into that second round. Our next matchup is going to bring Ed Curtis down to the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Debbie Weaver going to be joining us over there in that right-hand auto and outlets lane. And Ed Curtis going to get the nod there. He goes 37 off the tree, dialing for a 536. Goes 546 with a 2 and 108. Debbie Weaver goes 21 off the line, dialing for a 585. Goes 6 flat with an 8 and 105. Brandon Schwartz coming to the line of that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mike Pavicic pulling up in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And Mike Pavicic going to get the win light. 009 as he leaves the line. Looking for a 492, drives it with a 7. 136 miles an hour. As Brandon Schwartz looking for a 533, went 529 with a 6 and 131. Jay Larson pulling up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jeff Jones over there in the Auto and Outlets lane. Jay Larson looking for a 508. Jeff Jones looking for that 477. A trip zip for Jay Larson, but it's not good enough as he breaks out. Jay Larson gets a trip zip on the tree, but breaks out. Jeff Jones going to be going on through. He gets a 008, trying to hit a 539, goes 478 with a 3 at 142. Oliver over here in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts machine shop lane getting the win as he goes 5:56 with a 9, hitting his dial in dead on with a 9, 123 miles an hour. Mike Bonebright in the left-hand lane. Dion Dignitz over there in the right-hand lane. Auto and Outlets sponsoring our right-hand lane. And it's going to be Dion Dignitz gets it down there. 003 off the tree. Dialing up for a 5 flat and goes 5 flat with a 9 at 134 miles an hour. Mike Bonebright was looking for a 493. Put in a 26 on the tree, went 493 with a 1 at 137. Mike Schleter coming up against Scott Zimmerman. Scott Zimmerman ran out of patience on the line. 007 red as he gives it over to Mike Schleter. Mike goes 11 off the tree, dialing over 644, drives it with an 8 at 103 miles an hour. Blake Vangsness coming up against Tom Gibson. Blake Vangsness looking for a 610. Tom Gibson's dialed up for a 450. And Blake Vangsness. Blake Vangsness going to get the nod on that one. Blake leaves the line with a 22 and gets up top side. Dialing for a 610, goes 614 with a 4 at 111 miles an hour. Tom Gibson was looking for a 450, hit 454 with a 9, 143. Matching reaction times on off the tree, but it is going to be Scott Taylor over there in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Down for a 476, goes 477 dead at 146 miles an hour. Dennis Dead. Dennis DiValerio, dialed up for a 420, hit 419 with a 4 at 164. right-hand lane, I've got Vince Nannini in the auto and outlets lane. Over here in the left-hand lane, I do not have any information on the taco truck. Taco truck getting the nod there. Goes 51 off the tree. They both break out. Taco truck looking for a 609. Vince looking for a 509. Taco truck wins 608 with a 9 over Vince's 506 with a 4. He breaks out worse. The taco truck moving on to the next round. Vince gonna have to stop by the souvenir stand. Sean Mulligan over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Gary Sideschlag over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. And as Gary Sideschlag gets the win there, 19 off the tree, dialing for a 488, goes 489 with an 8, 139 miles an hour. And Sean Mulligan goes 005 red off the tree. Ryan Fasano coming up in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Zach Sideschlag over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Ryan looking for a 483. Zach looking for a 503. Not a whole lot separating these two. Zach jumped the tree, 008 red, giving the win on over to Ryan Fasano. Ryan Fasano, James Bond, 007 on his reaction time. Down for a 483, Ryan Fasano hits his mark with a 6 at 128 miles an hour. And I got Ken Kendall over here in the left-hand lane. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Dialing for a 635. Derek Dignitz looking for a 469. And Derek Dignitz going to push it out the back for the win. Derek Dignitz goes 20 on the tree, trying to hit a 469, dials his time, 469 with a 4, 140 miles an hour. Not good enough for Ken Kendall to get on through to the next round. Of course, you can stop by that souvenir stand for your buybacks in round 1. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there's nobody in the time shack. If you need a time slip, stop on by the Dragway Diner. They'll help you print out your time slip over there. Or you can download the Byron Dragway app. Keep track of all your times right there on your phone. Ted Thompson Thompson took on John Schott for that one, and Ted Thompson breaks out. Looking for a 550. Ted Thompson goes 548 with a 2 at 125 miles an hour. John Schott gets away with an 11. Dialing for a 516, goes 518 with a 1 at 129. Colin Estes pulling up against Johnny DPiaza. Colin Estes goes 008 red. Johnny DPiaza goes 002 red. That gives the win over to Johnny DPiaza, as he'll be coming on through to the next round. Colin Estes, you can stop by that souvenir stand and find yourself in that next round. Unless, of course, you're double entered. Tony V coming to the line over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Over there in the right-hand lane, I've got Ed Banderschniz. I think is what it says. Banderowitz, Ed Banderowitz over there in that right-hand Auto Outlets lane. Tony V taking the win there, 17 off the tree. Tony V looking for a 492, goes 494 with a 2 at 135. Brian Milliam coming up against Dominic Bowden. And it's Dominic Bowden getting the win on that one. Everybody breaks out, but Dominic does it by less. Looking for a 442, goes 441 with a 4 at 154 miles an hour. Yellow no box. Yellow no box. Let's go ahead and have you up 3, 4, 5, and 6. Once again, yellow no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that should include car 368K, John Holly. You're my potential buy. You come on up to 2. And Bailey Ferraro going to get the win there. Over top of Norm Wheats. Bailey Ferraro down for a 436. Hits a 432 with a 3 at 135. Norm Wheats looking for a 592. Goes 606 with a 4. 126 off the line. 572 was the dial, and he hits it dead on. 572 on the nose. 122 miles an hour. Nick Folk meeting up with BJ Vangsness on that one, and Nick goes 007 red as BJ pushes it out the back. BJ gets a 34 on the tree, dialing for a 606, hits that 606 with a 5 and 113 as Nick Folk jumped the tree, 007 red. Hank Mulligan coming up against Andrew DPiaza. Hank Mulligan going to get the win there. 004 as he leaves the line. Dialing for a 602. Hits it with a 3 at 115 miles an hour on the top end. Andrew DPiaza got away 006. Dialing for a 499 with 508 with an 8 at 133. Tony lining up against Carla Pontillo. Pontillo upon Pontillo action. And Tony wants to sleep in the bed tonight. Carla getting the win on that one with a 13 off the line. Carla's hitting a 447, goes 449 with a 6 and 151 miles an hour. Tony dialing for that 470, goes 469 with a 9 and 143. Once again, I should have round 1 yellow no box in place. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Here we are lining up with yellow no box. Our yellow no box, car 368K, John Holly, you're my potential buy. I see you lined up over there. Michael Wilm going up against Tyler Weed. And it's going to be Tyler Weed going to get the win there. He goes 638 is what he's dialing. 640 with a 2 is what he hits at 103 miles an hour. Michael Wilm looking for a 627, goes 632 at 116. Brian Folk coming to the line, coming up against Mike Miller. And Brian Folk going to activate the win light there by doing the less of the worst. They both break out. Brian Folk goes 575 with a 2 at 94 miles an hour, trying to hit that 658. And a 621 for Mike Miller. He goes 620 with a 1 at 107. And my blue box cars, round 1. That's right, this is round 1, right? Yeah, round 1, blue box cars. Come on up, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. As Larry Hahn getting the win there. 657 is what he dialed. 659 is what he hit. 99 miles an hour. Patrick Hill was going for a 638 and went 637. Jordan Ansel lined up against Fred Berardi Jr. And Jordan Ansel going to be the winner on that one. 29 off the line for Jordan Ansel. As he gets a 596 is what he's dialed. A 597 is what he gets. And Fred Berardi Jr. dialed for that 631, went 629 with a 2. Puts him in the red. Jordan Ansel moving on. Kevin Lancaster coming up against Troy Bokey. And Kevin Lancaster activating the win light with an 18 as he cuts off the tree. He dialed for a 624, went 625 with a 5 at 108. Over Troy Bokey in that one. All right, blue box cars, come on down. Lane 7, 8, 9, 10, and go on all the way over to 14 if you need it. Carlson in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. He's looking for a 559. Jesse Albright looking for a 661 out of the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Carlson gets the win on that one. 559 is what he dialed. 563 is what he ran. 117 miles an hour after cutting a 35 light off the tree. Jesse Albright looking for a 661. Went 662 with a 2 at 100. Chad Cannon taking the tree against Dave Moore. And Chad Cannon going down the line and going to be pulling it out the back. 683 is what he dialed. 693 with a 4 is when he ran 88 miles an hour. Leaving that line with a 24 as Dave Moore gets away. Tries to dial a 755, hits a 765 with a 6 at 88 miles an hour. Chad Cannon moving on to the next round. I've got my first round of blue box cars in the water. Blue box, you should be 7 to 14 down here in the lane. 7, 8, 9, and 10. And we spill on over to 14 if you need it. Once again, blue box cars, come on down to the lanes. Phil Bryant in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Ty Hahn over there in the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Phil Bryant gets the nod there. He goes 31 on the tree, dialing for the 597. He hits it with a 2 at 116. Ricky Pena coming on down. That does not... Ricky Pena gets the win light there. He goes 673. He hits a 674 with a 3 at 101 miles an hour as Ray Smith was looking for a 596 and goes 599 with a 2 at 114. All right, racers, you might want to go ahead and shut them off for a minute. We got a little dribble on the track. We're taking care of that right now. All right, boys and girls, I've just gotten an official notice. You want to turn them off and take your helmets off. It is going to be a minute. We thought it was just a little dribble. Turns out it's a little bit more than we thought. So it's going to be just a couple minutes. We do need just a few minutes for some track prep, so please turn your cars off. Let's not overheat them. Don't overheat yourself. Take your helmets off. Sit by your car, chill for a few minutes. We'll be back to racing here shortly. And, of course, our box cars, our blue box cars, lining up in lane 7, 8, 9, and 10. And, of course, we're going all the way over to 14 if you need it. Please don't leave your car hanging out in the back of that lane. Go ahead and pull on up all the way over to 14 for those box cars if you need it. And once again, we are on a hold, ladies and gentlemen. We got a little bit of dribble on the track. We're taking care of it right now. It's going to be just a couple minutes, but we'll be back to racing in no time. And ladies and gentlemen, we've just got a check-in from our 50-50 raffle. Right now, $250 to the winner of our 50-50 raffle. Come on down, get yourself an arm's length for $10. Get yourself a wingspan for $20. They are doing some deals down there on the 50-50 raffle tickets. Come on over here to the ALS raffle booth right here at the floor, at the foot of the tower. The floor of the tower, the foot of the tower, right back here. They'll go ahead and sell you some tickets, and we'll be drawing that 50-50 raffle later on. Currently, the pot is up to $500, which means the winnings is $250 to the winner. Perfect opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to stop on by the Dragway Diner. The Dragway Diner serving up pulled pork sandwiches today. They told me that's something that they got serving up over there, and I just saw on Facebook that we have included pumpkin spice to our coffee collection. If you got on over there, the Gearhead Coffee is being served up exclusively here at the Dragway Diner. And, of course, we've added pumpkin spice to the lineup. If that's something you're into, go ahead and check it out on over there. Burgers, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, brats. Should be some pretzels, possibly even some fries, some nachos, some candy, some ice cream. And, of course, those pulled pork sandwiches. Stop on over to the Dragway Diner. Check it out right now. As we got a few minutes of downtime here, it's a perfect chance to take care of that rumble in the tummy if you're getting those hungers coming on. We'll be more than happy to take care of you right over there. In the meantime, my crew and staff is out there working hard on that track. We're not going to be too much longer. However, I don't have an exact time just yet. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back to racing here in just a few. said, I'll make this a perfect opportunity to remind you all, ladies and gentlemen, as you're racing down that track, if at any time you lose all power or all control, roll your foot off the gas pedal, gain control of the vehicle, and go ahead and pull it on over to the side. Now, that's not exactly what happened there. He wasn't sure what's going on. But if you think you've got something going on with your car, please roll off the gas pedal and get on over here to the side so we can get it cleaned up. We'll get somebody down to you safely and quickly as possible. But just in case, like I said, if you happen to be going down the track and all of a sudden you lose all power and or all control, just go ahead and roll off the gas for me and get off to the side. We'll get you set up as quickly, as safely as possible. All right, racers, we've had some positive results with the cleanup. We're going to go ahead and hit it with the drag. We might do a little bit of spraying. Please stand by just a few more minutes. We are just about ready to get back into competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been given a heads up about the 50-50 raffle. $450 to the winner. $450 to the winner of the 50-50 raffle. Get on down there. And just in case we haven't noticed, we are ready to begin blue box competition once again, round one. Taylor Schleter coming up against Brian Clarity. Taylor Schleter gets off the line, 001, and drives to that 680. Drives a 680 with a 5 at 97 miles an hour. This is Brian Clarity. Dials for a 593, hits 599 with a 2 at 113. Will be coming back after a buyback. Clay Schleter coming up against Tony Zimmerman. And it's Clay Schleter going to activate the wind light there. He dialed up for a 606, hit a 609 with a 7 and 111 miles an hour. It's Tony Zimmerman looking for a 543, goes 545 with a 7. Aha! Brent Vincent going against Eric Berra. And that'll be Brent Vincent activating the wind light there as Eric Berra. Eric Berra goes 002 off the tree, dials for a 447, hits a 446 with a 3, and that breaks him out, giving the win over to Brent Vincent, who dialed for a 649 and hit a 650 flat. Tony V coming up against Reno Nani. And it's Tony V. Tony V goes 17 on the tree. 493 with a 1 and 135 miles an hour as he tries to hit that 492. Reno was looking for a 549 and went 550 with a 1 and 127. Pope lines up against Ron Folk for that matchup. And Ron Folk gets down there first. He goes a 20 on the tree, dials up for a 605 and hits it with a 5 at 109 miles an hour. Shane Pope looking for a 507, goes 508 with a 7 at 133. Josh Goike coming to the line. Coming up against Kenny Norup. As Josh Goike going to activate the win light there. He hit a 481 is what he was looking for. He hit a 482 with a 1 and 137. Kenny Norup was looking for a 574. He went 575 with an 8, 116. I got Mr. Hipster over there in that right-hand auto and outlets lane. Looking for a 665. And it'll be the dragster getting the win on that one. 005 as he leaves the tree, looking for a 530, goes 532. Mr. Hipster was looking for a 665 and broke out with a 664 with a 5. Kevin Schwartz coming up against Tim Falker. And Tim Falker, he goes ahead and gets the win there. A 642 is what he dialed. A 641 is what he hit.
4.95. Got 4.92.
But of course, his opponent out for a 601, hit 599. That breaks them out worse. Tim Falker going to be advancing to the next round. I've got Jim Oliver on the sheet here, over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Right-hand lane, the Don's Auto, or the Auto and Outlets lane, goes 73 off the tree, gets a 496 with a 2, trying to hit that 495, 135 miles an hour. Parker Zimmerman knocking down the wind light right there. He got an 18 off the tree, dialed for a 620, hit a 622 with a 1 and 108. As Tim Mosier left the line with a 16, dialed for a 638, hit a 640 with a 9. Dylan Meyer in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Bobby Heinz over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And Bobby Heinz gets the win light 78 as he leaves the line. 496 was the dial. 499 with a 1 is what he hit. As Dylan Meyer tried for a 598 and went with 597 with a 3. That puts him out of that round. This next pair is going to bring Vince Magnarcina up there into the line against Jerry Class. Jerry Class goes James Bond 007 off the tree, but he breaks out. 644 was the dial. 643 is what he hit. Vince Magnarcina, he was looking for a 472. Hit that 472 with a 2. 009 is his reaction time. 145 miles an hour as he's moving on to the next round. I got Tim Vincent pulled up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And Jeff Jones coming up in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Tim Vincent looking for a 488. Jeff looking for a 478. Not a lot separating these two on the line. Tim Vincent cut the quick and got some blood. 001 red for Tim Vincent as he's going to give the win to Jeff Jones. Sorry. Jeff Jones getting the win on that one. Jeff Jones goes 003 on the tree, dialed for that 478. Hits it with a 2 at 144 miles an hour. Lane taking in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Kevin Robertson over there in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Lane jumped the tree, 23 red. And gives the win on over to Kevin Robertson. Kevin goes 002 off the tree, down for that 551. Went 551 and hit it with a 2. 116 mile an hour. I got Mitch Vincent coming up against Scott LeBuddy. Mitch Vincent over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Dial for a 489. Scott LeBuddy looking for a 473 out of this pass. course, Mitch Vincent does it less. Mitch Vincent looking for a 489. Oh, with a trip zip. 489 with a trip zip. Hits a 488 with a 7 for Mitch Vincent. But Scott LeBuddy does it worse. Scott was looking for a 473 and hit a 471 with a 2. Giving the win on over to Mitch Vincent. Trip zip for Mitch Vincent. Pavicic going to get the win on that one. I didn't have much on that dragster in the left-hand lane. 009 red as they leave the line. Eric Pavicic gets away with a 29 and goes 449 with an 8. Trying to hit the 451. He breaks out, but his opponent jumped the tree. And that'll put Eric Pavicic on through to the next round. Schwartz over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Chuck Graves Sr. over there in the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Oh, and Chuck has a little bit of problem right around that 330 foot he lets off. But Brandon Schwartz, when 003 red, gives the win on over to him. So he goes 98 off the tree. Brandon Schwartz. Brandon Schwartz goes red, hands his win on over to Chuck. Of course, we do have that first round buyback. If that first round didn't go down the way you wanted it to, stop by that souvenir stand, get yourself bought back into that second round. We are still in our first round of competition. DJ Matika in the left-hand lane. Ed Nemec over there in that right-hand lane. DJ Matika breaks out, looking for a 577. He goes 575 with a 9. Ed Nemec looking for a 520. He hits it dead on at 134 miles an hour. Ed Nemec moving on through. Mr. Hipster gets the win there. Mr. Hipster goes 12 off the line, breaks out with a 492, looking for that 493. But his opponent jumped the tree with a 15 red, putting Mr. Hipster on through to that next round. Elena Liss. See, I got it right that time. Elena Liss coming up in the Liss-mobile. Coming up against Mikey Bloomfield. Mikey Bloomfield. Edges are out down there on the top end. 16 off the tree. Mikey looking looking for a 435, hits a 436 with a 9 at 148 miles an hour. Elena was looking for a 508, hit a 509 with a 6 at 133 after leaving the tree with a 20. Colin Estes taking the lead against Dave Ansel. Colin Estes getting the win on that pass. Double 03 off the tree. Colin Estes was down for a 496, and he hit a 497 with a 5 at 131 miles an hour. Putting Dave Ansel on over to the souvenir stand for that second round buyback. Jeremy Vangsness coming to the line against Robert Hyland. Jeremy Vangsness in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane looking for a 559. Robert Hyland in the Auto and Outlets lane looking for a 466. Jeremy Vangsness gets the win light. Robert Hyland looking for a 466, goes 465 with a 3 at 147. Putting him on over to the souvenir stand for a buyback is Jeremy Vangsness moving on through to the next round, 559 and hitting a 560 with a 4 at 120. Tony Pontillo over there in the right-hand Don's Auto and Outlets lane. And it's our left-hand lane that's going to get the nod for that one. Dialing for a 574, hits it with a 2 at 112. Leaves that line with a 32. It's Tony Pontillo dialing for a 469, hit a 471 with a 3 at 142, and is now headed to the souvenir stand. Michaela Hyland lined up against Andrew DPiaza. Michaela Hyland go dialing up for a 5, hits a 004, she leaves the tree, hits a 502 with an 8, 135, getting the win over Andrew DPiaza, who dialed for a 580 and hit a 582 with a 4 at 143. Mike Schlier. He managed Manages to get the win light on that one with a 12 off the tree. Dialing for a 605, hits a 603, but his opponent dialed for a 607 and hit a 605. That puts Mike Schleter on through. Dan Kike coming up against John DPiaza. And we're going to give the nod to Dan Kike. Dan Kike dialed up for 470. He went 473. Left a 5 on the tree with 145 miles an hour out the back end. John DPiaza down for a 589 with 588. Ooh, squeezed himself out of that one. I'm sure we'll see him over there at the souvenir stand. All right, juniors. Junior Dragster, your time run coming up right after this. So why don't you go ahead and head on over to lane 1. And 2, Junior Dragsters, your time run coming up. Novice in 1, Elite in 2. John Gaston going to get the light on that one. 551 was his dialing over here in that left-hand lane. He goes 551 with a 3, 125 miles an hour. So he left the tree with a 009. Carla Pontillo was looking for a 447. She went 448 with a 3 at 153 miles an hour. But Bob Gadsden did it better going on through to the next round. Once again, Junior Dragsters, your time run. Novice, you are in lane 1. Elites, you are in lane 2. Novice, Junior Dragsters, your time run coming up lane 1. Your Elites, Junior Dragsters, I need you in lane 2 for your time run. I got a card over here for Todd Trench on that right-hand Don's Auto Parts or Auto and Outlets lane, sorry. 468 is what Todd Trench was down for. He hit a 467 with a 4, handed it over to his opponent over there in that left-hand lane who was down for a 507. Hit a 507 with a 4 at 134 miles an hour. Sean Mulligan in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Forrest Lipke over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And it's Sean over here in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. He goes 478 was the dial, and 478 is what he hit. He got it with a 7. 141 miles an hour. With a 16 off the tree is Forrest Lipke. Going to be heading on over to the souvenir stand and coming to the next round. Jim Fanlin, left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And Jim Fanlin activates the win light. 473, he drives it. Tim Fanlin, dialing for a 473, drives it with a 143 miles an hour out the back end. This activates the wind light on that one. Drew Taylor. Drew Taylor over there in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Breaks out by more. Looking for a 638, goes 632 with a 3. So his opponent goes 007 off the tree, dials for a 478, hits a 477 with a 9, and breaks out by less. The wind goes on over to the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And that one's going to go on over to the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Dialing for a 609, he drives it with an 8. Hitting a 24 as he leaves the tree. Ferrero in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Paul Pisanko over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And it'll be Bailey Ferrero on that one, the left-hand. Left-hand lane, dial for 438, went 440 with a 2 at 148 miles an hour after getting a 12 off the tree. Paul Pisanko in 006 hit that, aiming for 477, hit 480 with a 3. Once again, juniors, for your time run. Novice, I need you in 1. Elites, you are in 2. Novice in 1, elites in 2 for junior dragster time runs. We're dialing up for a 475 in the left-hand lane, a 460 in that right-hand lane. And an early Christmas for everybody. Everybody goes red. 009 on the left, 008 on the right. That gives the win on over to our right-hand lane. 1,000 separating those two, but they both went red. There's the Auto and Outlets lane, the right-hand lane. Moving on to the next round. We're looking at Ed Curtis over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. He's running up against a dragster over there in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Ed Curtis was going to take it on that one. Ed Curtis looking for a 534. Hit a 535 with a 9, 128 miles an hour for that pass after leaving the tree on a 19. Is that right-hand lane looking for a 543. Broke out with a 542 with a 5, 122.
I mean, that's not.
Brian Whitworth coming up against Tart. Brian Whitworth against Tucker Kenseller. And Brian Whitworth gets the win there. 453 was the dial, 454 was the drive. 143 miles an hour as he cuts the tree with a 24. Tucker got the exact same reaction time, but didn't have it enough on the top end to make it count. Jim Laughlin picking up a solo shot right here as he's dialed for a 650 and leaves with a 33 and goes to a 653 with a 9 at 103 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, according to all my cards and everything I got going on up here, that was the end of our blue box cars. Blue box cars are done for this round, that is. Of course, if your first round didn't go the way you wanted it to, you can stop by that souvenir stand and buy your way back into round two. Round two buybacks are at the souvenir stand. Get yourself on over there right now. Of course, I know we got a couple competitors came up, told us they were broke, so I'm not expecting to see them in the next round. But next up, we're going to get into some time runs with the juniors. The juniors are going to be coming up novice here in lane 1. Elite, you should be in lane 2. We're going to do some junior time runs before we get into round 2 of competition. And the count has just come in right now. We are looking at 192 cars. Racers, we are racing for $15,000. $15,000 on the line today. Who's going to get it and who's going to take their piece? $15,000 on 193 cars. 192 cars. Clayton Cryer coming up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts machine shop lane. Quinn Fasano lining up for a little time run over there in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Junior dragster action. Clayton Cryer gets away with the tree with a 41 and goes 11.69 with a 4. Quinn Fasano gets away with a 006, 11.78 with a 2.53 on the top end. I believe that is Gunnar Fasano over there in the left-hand lane. Unless that was Gunnar that just ran. Nope, this is Quinn. This is Quinn. I just said Quinn on the last one. That was Gunnar. This is Quinn Fasano in the left-hand lane. Ellie Mae Bacon over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Quinn Fasano jumps the light just a little bit. 43 red goes 897 with a 4.72 miles an hour. Ellie Mae Bacon gets away with a 218 on the tree. 898 with a 274 miles an hour in the 8th. Kai Cryer coming up against Race Dignitz. Kai Cryer gets up there to the top end, 1398 with a 444 miles an hour as Race Dignitz gets top side, 1378 with a 9. I'm showing Oliver Goike over here in this left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane and Elijah Warner over there in the Auto and Outlets lane. Goike gets away with a 2 and gets topside 409 with a 445 miles an hour. As Elijah Warner goes 499 off the line, 460 or 1546 with an 8 at 48 miles an hour. I got Paisley Malik lining up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts machine shop lane. And this simply says Anthony over there in the right-hand Auto Outlets lane. Paisley Malik cuts away from the tree with a 50 and gets down there at 925 with a 5 at 68 miles an hour. And Anthony with a 92 off the line, 1120 with a 757 miles an hour. All right, boys and girls. Pink no box, pink no box. Let's bring you on up 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pink no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Car B407, Ed Frost. Ed Frost, B407. You're going to be coming up with the yellow. So pink no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Riley Malik and Kenzie Antonioni. Riley Malik cuts it out 003 red on the tree, 945 with an 8 and a 67 miles an hour as Kenzie goes 84 red on the tree but puts it in 892 with a 1 and 72 on the top end. We're going to bring Ashley Antonioni on up here. She's going to be doing her own thing, doing her own run, single shot on down the line. Once again, pink no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Junior dragsters, help us keep those lanes clear, please. And Ashley chops the tree with a 100 and puts up a 1391 with a 5 at 36 miles an hour for that pass. Camille Zimmerman coming up in that left-hand lane. And James Full over there in that right-hand auto and outlets lane. And Camille Zimmerman goes 29 off the line, 8:01 with a 6 at 80 miles an hour. As James Full gets a 46 red, goes 794 with a 3 at 80 miles an hour. Cameron Liss in the dragster on the left. Carson McDonald over there on the right. Dunn's Auto Parts and Machine Shop sponsoring our left-hand lane. Auto and Outlets sponsors our right-hand lane. Cameron Liss gets away with a 336 and a 941 with a 5 as they go across the line top side. Carson McDonald come away with a 33 and put up a 797 with a 3 at 81. Tony Filipponi coming up against Carson Weed. Tony Filipponi goes 002 off the tree, 882 with an 8 at 72 out the back. Carson Weed cut the tree a little bit too much. A 15 red and 882 with a 19 or 73 miles an hour. Jillian Full over here on the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And Keegan Couture over here on the left-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Raffle goes 60 on the tree, 789 flat at 81 miles an hour. As Keegan goes 52 as he gets away, 788 flat at 81. Elena Liss over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Parker Phillips taking on the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Elena Liss went 188, 791 with a 7 at 80 miles an hour. Parker Phillips got a 23 as he got away with a 792 with a 4 to 81 miles an hour. Lily Schwartz coming up against Kyle Dignitz. Lily Schwartz gets a 202, a 794 with a 4 at 81 miles an hour. That dragster is for sale. As Kyle Dignitz. Braden Couture coming up against Tanner Liston. B407 Ed Frost, you are my no box buy. B407 Ed Frost, you are my potential buy in no box. He'll be coming up with the yellow. Dominic Potts in the left. Jersey Potts over there in the right. Dominic comes away with an 11, goes 790 with a 5 at 81. As Jersey gets a 45, goes 789 with an 8, 81 miles an hour. And And we're moving Quinn Bowden into the lanes over here against Thomas Cohen. Conan, sorry. Quinn Bowden with 21 red, 802 with a 5 at 81 miles an hour. Thomas Conan, 001 off the tree, 795 flat, 81. Jackson Lang coming up in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Ben Sauer over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Jackson Lang with a 158 goes 805 with a 1 at 80 miles an hour. Ben Sauer goes 17, 787 with a 5 at 80 miles an hour as well. Chase Peachy lining up in that left-hand lane. Madeline Highland over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Chase Peachy cuts a 75 in the green off the tree, a 790 with a 2 at 81 miles an hour. Madeline Highland with 008 red. 791 with a 782 for that pass. Coming down to our final few in junior dragsters. Pink no box, you should be 3, 4, 5, and 6. In car B407, Ed Frost, you're going to be coming up with my yellow as you are my potential buy. Miss Haley Antonioni. Allie puts up a 787 with a 2 at 82 miles an hour and gets a 44. She cuts a green light. It is Allie going up against Cole Taylor. Left hand, Taylor on Taylor action. Left hand lane. Allie Taylor. Right hand lane, Cole Taylor. Some of the loudest junior dragsters you'll ever hear. As Allie went 86 red, went 895 flat, 61 miles an hour. As Cole gets away with a 761, goes 12-10 with a 3 at 59. Ladies and gentlemen, just got an update on that 50-50 raffle. The current jackpot payout is $522. So if you come on over here, we will give you an arm's length, which is, from the middle of the chest out to the end of the arm. That's an arm's length. Or we'll give you a wingspan. That's finger to finger all the way across. That guy over there is 6'4". That'll get you a couple extra tickets. $20 to get you a wingspan over there. The 50-50 raffle still going on. We still got plenty of time to get yourself involved. It's $522 currently. The winning pot. All right, red box cars. We're going to go ahead and call you on out there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. We'll go ahead and let you guys use all those lanes over there from 7 to 14 for red box. And 10V. Mitch Vincent, 10V Mitch Vincent, you're my potential buy. So you'll be coming up at the Blues. Once again, red box cars, 7 to 14. Make sure you're pulling up into that next lane. Please don't leave your car hanging out in the back end of those staging lanes. We got quite a few box cars to get through. So, 7, 8, 9, 10. If those are full, go to 11, 12, 13, and 14. You can go ahead and load all those up for those red box cars. Once again, Mitch Vincent, 10V, you are going to be my potential buy. I'll be bringing you up at the Blues with that entry. Once again, that pink no box should be in 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I'm making a second call for my red box cars. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as needed. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you all to step on over to the Dragway Diner. The Dragway Diner, serving up all those tasty treats and things you like to eat. We got hot dogs, hamburgers, brats, nachos. I believe they have some fries available today. We also have pulled pork. Pulled pork is what we're coming out the menu with today. Brand new item for you to try out. And, of course, if you're feeling a little down and need a little pick-me-up, we got Gearhead Coffee exclusively over there at the Dragway Diner. Ice cream, Gatorade, chips, and so much more. The Dragway Diner is where you want to be when you need the munchies, or when you've got the munchies. I believe we're going to take a couple more shots. Nope, we are going to go ahead and... Nope, okay, he's going to go ahead and make a couple more passes in that tractor, and then we're going to get into this next round of competition, boys and girls. And red box cars, I've given you guys all the way over to 14. You've been doing pretty good with it today, but I want to make sure we're not leaving anybody hanging out the back of that staging lane, so just make sure you pull up into the next staging lane if you need to. This is going to be round 2, which means buybacks. You should be getting in right now. If you didn't stop by the souvenir stand, you need to do so now and get into your second round. Moving on from this point on, it is win or go home, or stay in the stands. You know, you don't have to go home. You can hang out. We're going to be open for another couple more days, doing a lot more racing. All right, racers, we have done our prep. We are getting ready to set it on up to you. I'm going to hand you on over to my very capable staff and crew. I'm going to give you your cues on what's coming for you next. Yellow no box. Yellow no box. We're going to be starting with you here in just a moment. Sorry, pink no box. Pink no box. Jeez, I got my colors all backwards. Pink, no box. Starting with you. Yellow, you're coming up in the next round, in just a little bit. Kip Norup. down to Tyler Weed. Tyler Weed dialing for a 639. Hits a 639 with an 8 at 104 after leaving the tree with a 15. And Kip Norup went 12 red. Chase Deering over there in the left-hand lane. John Holly in the right-hand lane. John Holly jumped the tree. 69 red, giving the win on over to that left-hand lane. Jace Deering over there. Down for a 574. Hit a 570 with a 6, but it doesn't matter as John Holly pushes him on through with a fault. Ricky Pena coming to the line against Mike Etchison for this next round. Mike Etchison, who leaves the line with a 008, dialed up for a 608. He hits it with a 4 at 112 miles an hour. Ricky Pena breaks out, dialed up for a 635. He went 633 with a 5 at 104. Mike Cole, not to be confused with Michael, Mike Cole. Against going Brian Dumdye over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Mike Cole looking for a 694. Brian looking for a 577. With nearly a second of separation, Brian is able to hold on. A 577 was the dial. A 578 with a 6 was the hit. 117 miles an hour after a 73 tree. Mike Cole looking for a 694, goes 692 and breaks out. Taylor Sleater lined up here against Kenny Norup. Taylor looking for a 680, Kenny looking for a 574. And we're going to give that one to Kenny Norup. Kenny Norup looking for a 574. Hits it with a 3 at 119 miles an hour after a 009 on the tree. But Taylor Sleater leads him out there with a 001 in the red, giving it on over to Kenny Norup. I'm looking at Parker Zimmerman down here in the left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And I got Jim Laughlin over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. A 621 over a 653. Not much separating these two at the tree. And Parker Zimmerman tried to take too much on that one. 002 red for Parker Zimmerman. Gives it to Jim Laughlin. Jim Laughlin looking for a 653. Goes 652 with a 6. But that doesn't matter as Parker jumped the line. John Redmester over here against Todd Hahn. 007 James Bond. That is Tom Hahn over there on the right-hand side. 605 as he hits a 606 with a 2 at 107. As John Redmister broke out looking for a 626. He went 624 with a 5 at 109. Siobhan Warner over here in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Maureen Lancaster, we've got her over there in the Autoland Outlets right-hand lane. And it's going to be Maureen getting the nod there. She looks for a 638, hits a 641 with a 6 at 106 after leaving a 32 off the tree. Siobhan either joining us in the stands or coming back with a second entry. Brando Carlson, Grant Zimmerman, 560 for Brando. 621 for Grant. Brando in the Camaro, Grant in the Mustang. The lights go down, the wheels go up, and Grant Zimmerman lets it fly. A 621 was the goal, a 620 with a 6 is what he hit. But Brando Carlson crossed the line early with a 17 red, giving the win on over to Grant Zimmerman. Brian Folk pulling in against Jesse Albright. With a little womp on that top end, Brian Folk goes 656. He hits a 658 with a 6 after dialing a 656. 98 miles an hour. Jesse Albright, not enough. Looking for a 660. Looking for a 661. Goes 663 at 100 miles an hour. All right, Ron Talixon getting the win on that one. 006 off the tree. A 567 was the dial, and he hit it with a 9 at 122 miles an hour. Dave Ansel over there on the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. And Dave Ansel getting the nod there. 525 is what he's dialed. He hit it dead on with a 130 with a 21 off the tree. Dave Ansel. Good looking run right there. Vince Magnarcina coming up against Ray Helms. Vince looking for a 472, Ray looking for a 643. And Ray Helms going to activate that win light. 643 was the dial. 644 with a 4 at 106 was the hit. Vince Magnarcina went 17 off the tree, tried to dial a 472, went 473 with a 1 at 144. Ray moving on to the next round. Machine Gun Kelly Spears over here in the left-hand lane, going against Ron Folk over there in the right-hand Autolin Outlets lane. That is Tanner Folk. Sorry, Tanner Folk over there in the right-hand lane. And Machine Gun Kelly Spears getting the nod. 475 as he hits it with a 3. 144 miles an hour as he leaves the line with a 15 or 19. Tanner Folk left with an 11, was dialing for a 606 and hit a 604 with a 9. Eric Barak over there in the right-hand lane. Clay Schleter over here in the left-hand lane. And we'll be looking for Clay Schleter in the next round as he dials a 605 and hits a 609 with a 3 at 108 miles an hour. Bruce Van Strat. No, that's not. No, Bruce Van Strat in the left-hand lane. Dan Whelan over there in the right-hand lane. And Bruce Van Stratton breaks out, but Dan pumps the tree in the face. A 101 red out of Dan, which hands it on over to Bruce Van Stratton in that left-hand lane. Brent Vincent lined up against Daniel Whalen. And Daniel Whalen gets the win there. 550 was the draw, or was the dial in. He hit a 549 with a 7 as Brent Vincent broke out worse, looking for 650, went 648 with a 2. Daniel Whelan moving on. Curtis coming on up against Stephen Morans. Ed Curtis looking for a 5:36. Stephen Morans 6:78. Ed Curtis gets the win light. 13 off the tree. A 5:36 was the dial. He hits it with a 1 at 123. And Tanner McDonald gets away from the tree with a 003. Dials for a 609. Hits it with a 4 at 111 miles an hour. Mark Nedesham over there in that right-hand lane. And it's our left-hand lane that's going to take the win. 525 was the dial. 527 with a 6 was the hit. 131 miles an hour. The 002 on the tree. Mark Nedesham. Mark Nedesham breaks out looking for a 618. Goes 617 with a 6. BJ Vangsness puts Tony V on the bench in that round. That's right, 6:05 was the time. 6:05 with a 3 is what BJ Vangsness hit. Tony V looking for a 493, hit a 492 and broke out. Kendall came to the line against Andrew DPiaza, and Andrew DPiaza gets it done. 5:09, he hits a 5:10 with a 1 at 130 miles an hour and leaves the line with a 21. Ken Kendall managed to get away with a 001, but wasn't enough as he hit his 636 flat at 107 miles an hour, looking for that 632. Josh Goike coming in against Wendell Curley. Wendell Curley goes 008 on the line. 636 was the dial. 638 with a 2 was the drive. 105 miles an hour. Josh Goike was looking for a 481 and hit a 482 with 137. Al Snyder coming up against John Schober. Al Snyder looking for a 531. John Schober dialing for a 491. John Schober looking for that 491, goes 493 with a 9 and 136 miles an hour in the wind. Al Snyder looking for a 531 with 532 with a 1 and 127. Mark Bertram lined up against Jay Allen. Jay Allen dialed that 487 and went 488 with a 4 at 141 miles an hour to match his 15 off the tree. As Mark Bertram looking for a 450, went 453 flat at 147. Dennis DiValero against Bailey Ferraro. Bailey gets the win on that one. 438 was the dial, 440 was the drive. .151 miles an hour off the line, or out the back, and a .005 off the line for Bailey. And I've got Jessica Robertson over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. And it'll be that right-hand lane. The taco truck going to be getting the win there. 609 was the dial. 611 with a 3 was the drive. As Jessica dialed for a 546 and hit a 543 at 118 miles an hour. We're bringing Eric up against Mike Pavicic right here. Pavasich. 574 was the dial. 575 was the drive. Well, Mike Pavasich punched the tree and went 10 red, giving it on over to Eric. That pair right there was Colin Estes, one going against Dion Dignitz. Dion Dignitz gets the win. 5 flat was the dial. 501 with a 5 was the run. 133 miles an hour as he got a 008 off the tree. Colin Estes down for that 497, went 496 and breaks out. All right, now I'm sure it's yellows. Yellow, no box. Yes, yellow, no box. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round 2, yellow, no box. 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I see Ed Frost already in place out there. B407. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's not Ed. B407. Ed Frost, you go ahead and come on up with the yellow, no box. We'll put you in 2. Sideschlag on the left-hand lane. John Savarino over there in the right-hand lane. Gary punched the tree, went 17 red, and John broke out. But that gives the win on over to John. John was looking for a 475, went 473 with an 8 at 144. As Gary went 17 red. It is Tim Vincent in the dragster over here on the left. Derek Dignitz over there on the right. 489 over a 469. Tim Vincent gets that win light. 489 was the 49 was the call, 489 with a 4 was the hit, 131 miles an hour with a 28 off the tree. Derek Dignitz was looking for a 469 with 471 with a 6 at 141. Ted Thompson pulling in against Zach Sideschlag. Ted looking for a 540. Zach looking for a 506. Sorry, Zachary. And Zachary Sideschlag going to get the win on that one. 506 was the time. 508 with a 4 was the drive. 130 miles an hour. Ted Thompson down for a 548, went 547 with a 3 at 125. Mitch Vincent coming up in this left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. The right-hand Autolet Outlets lane being piloted by Ed Nemick for this round. Mitch looking for a 488. Ed looking for a 520. Was the call. 493 with a 9 was the run. 132 miles an hour to Mitch Vincent in the win. Ed Nemec looking for a 520, hit a 521 with a 7, 133. Won't be good enough as Mitch Vincent comes through to the next round. Greg Rouleau coming up against Debbie Weaver. Greg Rouleau looking for a 389. Debbie Weaver a 585. 2 seconds almost separating the two of these at the starting line. It's going to be a test of patience and skill for Greg. Debbie able to hold him off. 585 was the call. 601 with a 7 was the drive at 105 miles an hour. As Greg Rouleau looking for a 589 looking for a 389 goes 393 with a 5 at 182 miles an hour. Carla Pontillo. 448 was the call. 478 with a 6 was the drive at 115 miles an hour. That'll be good enough to put her on through as Mike Schleter goes 005 red. Corey Wood bringing that Vega to the line. Jeff Jones lined up in that 95 Racecraft's dragster. Corey looking for a 588. Jeff looking for a 478. Corey Wood, 588 was the call. 588 with a 5 was the drive at 118 miles an hour for 31 off the line. Jeff Jones, not good enough to get into the next round off of that one. We're pulling Jay Larson over here into the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And it's that right-hand lane. The right-hand lane dialed up for 496, hit 497 flat at 135 miles an hour with a 004 off the tree. Jay Larson, not good enough to get through to the next round on that pass. Hank Mulligan in that left-hand lane. Johnny DPiaza in the right-hand lane. looking for a 602. Johnny looking for a 546. Johnny DPiaza activates the win light there. 546 was the call. 547 with a 6 is where he made it. 121 miles an hour after leaving a 15 on the tree. Hank Mulligan, not quite enough to get us into the next round for that pass. Coming here into that left-hand lane, Mike Bonebright. The right-hand lane has Tom Gibson. Tom looking for a 451. Mike looking for a 492 over here in the left. Mike Bonebright going to get the nod with a 492. He goes 490. He hits it with a 6. 492 with a 6. 137 miles an hour. Tom Gibson went 67 red. 67 red puts him out of that round. It means he won't be coming back in the red box next time. Jim Oliver over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Jim Oliver turns it on, 556, and he hits it with a 6 at 124. And a 33 off the tree is the right-hand lane. Can't quite get her done to hang on to this round. Once again, yellow, no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Brian Meliam against Dominic Bowden. Brian looking for a 475. Dominic down for a 441. And the 475 gets it closer. 477 flat to be exact with a 14 off the tree. Brian Mealham coming through to the next round. DJ Matika pulling in against Vince Nannini. DJ Matika looking for that 576. Vince on a 507. AJ Matika activating the wind light there, 576, and that was the drive. 576 with a 5 at 119 miles an hour. 72 was the light off the tree, and Vince Nannini not going to be coming through in this box category for the next round. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of debris on the field. Give us just a moment, boys and girls. We're going to get this cleared before we get back into racing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed our 50-50 drawing is going to be done right around 4 o'clock. You need to get your tickets bought by 4 o'clock. What is it, 6? How much was it? 622. Our jackpot has risen to 622, up from 522, which means we sold about $200 in tickets. You go on over there to that tent, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the base of the tower. Get yourself an arm's length of tickets is only $10, or you can get yourself an entire wingspan, $20, and get your shot at the pot. 622 is your half to take home right now. So I've got Sean Mulligan in the box against John Schott. And Sean Mulligan gets it as John Schott breaks out. John Schott dialed for a 518, goes 516 with a 7 as Sean Mulligan looking for a 478, hits it with a 6 with a 31 off the line. Blake Vangsness going up against Josh Cancelar. And Blake Vangsness goes red, 006, handing the win on over to Josh. Josh, 001 as he breaks the light over there at the line. Dialed for a 539, went 538 with a 9 and broke out, but that doesn't matter because Blake jumped the line and gave him on through. Put him on to the next round. Tucker Cancelar coming up against Brian Whitworth. Just a tenth separating these two. And Tucker gets it better. 456 was the dial, 455 was the drive. As Brian was looking for a 455 and went 453, giving the win on over to Tucker. We're turning it over to Ryan Fasano over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Gary Wood coming up in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. As Gary Wood, 572 was the dial, 572 with a 9 was the drive, and 119 miles an hour. He goes 005 on the tree to put him on through as Ryan Fasano can't get it done. He's out of the red box round. Stephen Liss coming up in the dragster over here in the left-hand lane. And it'll be the truck over there in the right-hand lane. Sorry, I don't have any information on it. 609 was the dial. And 609 with a 4 was the drive and 111 miles an hour. Stephen Liss Jr. not making it through in the red box, coming through the next round. Nick Folk putting it up in that dragster over here in the left-hand lane. Dean Wilm over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. 452 down, I think it's a 498. Dean Wilm nicks the tree. 27 red is what he goes, which gives it to Nick Folk. Nick Folk tries for a 452, and it's a 450 with a 1. But that doesn't matter because Dean punched the tree and made it bleed. 002 for Nick Folk off the line. Good reaction time. All right, blue box cars. Blue box cars. Let's bring you on up to... Blue box cars. Let's bring you on up to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. From 7 to 14, blue box cars. Entry 10V, Mitch Vincent. You're going to be my potential buy. Come on up with the blue box cars once again. Blue box cars. Lane 7 to 14. Find yourself a spot over there starting 7, 8, 9, and 10. And fill up as you need over there on the way to 14. Just make sure you're not leaving your car sticking out the back end of the staging lanes, please. right, boys and girls, we've moved into no box competition. No box competition coming to the line. Mike Wilm over there in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jeff Woods in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. A 631 over a 614. Michael Wilm finds James Bond. 007 on the tree. Dialed for that 631. Went 629. But Jeff Woods punched it. 53 red on the line. Giving it on over to Michael Wilm. I got Chad Cannon on the left, Larry Hahn on the right. Chad Cannon gonna make it fit. Chad Cannon dialed for a 683, hit a 681. As Larry, looking for a 658, went 655 and clipped it too much. Handed it on over to Chad Cannon for the win. Brando Carlson coming up against Troy Bokey. As Brando goes 007 red, gives it on over to Troy for that one. Troy hitting a 601 was the dial, 602 with a 9 was the hit. 113 miles an hour as he pulls a 72 away from the line. Patrick Hill over here in the Malibu. Brian Wheats over there in. Well, this does not say Dakota. That looks like a Vega. And it indeed is a 74 Vega of Brendan Wheats gets down there for the win. 686 was the dial, 688 with a 7 was the drive as he gets a 16 off the line. Patrick Hill broke out, 638 was his dial, 637 with a 3. Jordan Ansel takes on Kevin Lancaster right there, and Kevin Lancaster gets the nod. Kevin Lancaster dialed the 625 and goes 627 with a 6 at 108. As Jordan Ansel Was looking for a 597, went 598 with a 3 at 114. Kevin Lancaster moving on to the next round. Tyler Weed coming up in this GMC Sonoma against Fred Berardi Jr. The wheels come up, the cars go down, and Fred Berardi Jr. walks away with it. 629 was the dial, 628 with it, 8 was the hit. As Tyler was also dialed for a 640, but went 639 and broke out worse, giving the win on over to Fred. Jesse Albright coming up against Mike Miller. Mike Miller with the 620 on the dial and a 621 on the run with 107 miles an hour. 78 off the tree. Jesse Albright not making it through in this category to the next round. Mike Miller getting the win. Single shot final run of the round, or of this round in the yellow. Ed Frost looking for a 669, and all he's got to do is cross the line.
Did they grab my neck brace off?
And Ed Frost got on down there, 671 with a 7 and 101. Jumped the tree with an 89 at the line, but 89 red. Still turning a decent time, 671 with a 7 and 101. It's Ed Frost coming through no matter what. Phil Bryant coming up against TJ Trench. TJ Trench gets it out there. 467 was the dial. 468 was the drive with a 2 at 145 miles an hour. As Phil Bryant breaks out looking for a 596, he goes 595 with an 8. Our left-hand lane gets the nod right there with a 460 on the dial, a 464 on the drive, a 24 off the line. It's the right-hand lane Not good enough to get it there. Ricky Pena going up against Kenny Norup on that one. Ricky Pena jumps the line with a 14 red. Kenny Norup just walks on down to the top end of the track on that one. Oh, Kenny Norup didn't take the tree. Giving the win on over to Ricky Pena for that one. Tony V coming up against Jim Laughlin right there. Tony V dialing for that 490. Jim Laughlin looking for a 652. As we'll give that one to Jim Laughlin. Jim Laughlin looking for a 652. 652 with a 5 was the drive at 102 miles an hour. 12 off the tree is Tony V. Down for a 490. Hit a 490 with a 7 at 139 miles an hour. Jim Laughlin moving on to the next round. Clay Schleter drops that one to the right lane. The right-hand lane dialed up a 605. It has a 607 with a 1 at 110 miles an hour. Clay Schleter, not good enough to move through to the next round in the blue. Brent Vincent making it on up here against Tony Zimmerman. Brent Vincent knocks the win light down. 648 was the call. 648 with a 9 was the drive at 15 off the line. As Tony Zimmerman was looking for a 545 and broke out with a 544. Josh Goyke coming up against Brian Clardy. Identical reaction times, and it goes on over to Brian over there in the right-hand lane. 593 was the call. 596 flat was the drive at 114 miles an hour as they both leave the line, cutting the tree with a 30. Looks like we need just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a perfect opportunity for remind you all, if at any point you lose power or control, go ahead and roll on off the gas pedal and get on over to the side there for me. We'll get somebody on over to you as quickly and safely as possible.
All
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently doing our 50-50 drawing. Our 50-50 drawing going down right now, and they have just handed me the winnings. $220. No, I'm kidding. $720 is what we got left right here. $720 is the winner. And our winning ticket is number 844-676. 844-6. I heard a woo out there. 844-676. If that is your ticket number, I have $720 cash in my hand. Come show me that ticket, and I'll put this right over in your hand. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if at any time your vehicle breaks down, please do not take your support vehicles and just rush down to the end of the track. Please wait for us to call you. That's just a safety thing. Not that we don't want you down there, but we want to make sure that we've got everything under control before we call for you. So please, if you see your car go down, don't just jump in your golf cart and fly on down the track. Give us a second to call you on over, please. All right, boys and girls, let's make it hot. More racing to come. This next pairing brings Shane Pope up against Mr. Hipster. Now, I read somewhere on one of these tech cards earlier, Mr. Hipster's first race was this very race back Memorial Day weekend 50 years ago, Labor Day weekend 50 years ago. Mr. Hipster competed in this competition 50 years ago on this very same weekend, Memorial Day weekend, or Labor Day weekend. I keep getting that backwards. I do have a touch of dyslexia. So I would have to say that puts him at least 45 years old. So far, he's shown the reaction of an 18-year-old. Let's see if he's still got it out there. Shane Pope looking for a 506. Mr. Hipster, dialing 663. And Mr. Hipster goes 34 red on the line, which puts it on over into Shane Pope's territory. Shane Pope gets away with a 22, dials up for a 506, and drives a 507 with a 1. Shane Pope coming through on the next round. Mr. Hipster, we hope you got another entry somewhere. Kevin Schwartz coming on up against Andrew DPiaza. Kevin Schwartz goes 5.9 or dials for a 5.99, drives a 5.99 with a 7 as Andrew DPiaza. Andrew DPiaza stepped on the line, 005 red. He'll have to find himself another entry to get back in this competition. Colin Estes coming in against David Ringlesetter. Tony Pontillo over there, the owner of Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, driving out of the Auto and Outlets lane. Tony Pontillo. Tony Pontillo dials up that 471, drives it with a 6. 141 miles an hour after getting that 35 off the tree. Colin Estes breaks out. Colin was looking for a 496, went 495 with a 9. Oof. Squeaked it out. Tony Pontillo coming through to the next round. Pasanko in the right-hand lane. 480 was the dial. 480 with a 6 was the drive. 008 for Paul Pasanko off the tree as our left-hand lane. Down for a 556 and broke out with a 555 with a 5 at 125. Dylan Meyer going against Tim Falker. And Dylan Meyer kills it. 007 James Bond, 597 the call, 598 the drive at 110 miles an hour. Tim Falker was looking for a 640, went 009 off the tree and stayed a 641 flat at 106 miles an hour. Tim Vincent bringing his dragster around up here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Tim Mosier bring that Camaro on up in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Tim Mosier looking for a 639. Tim on a 482. Nearly 2 seconds separating these two on the line. Tim Mosier knocking it down. 639 was the call. 639 with the 5 was the drive. 004 as he leaves the line. It's Tim Vincent, not good enough to get into the next round with that 007 light. Dan Kike drops that one. Dan Kike drops that one to the right-hand lane. The right-hand lane was looking for a 573, went 574 after leaving the tree with an 18. Dan Kike broke out 472. He hit a 471 with an 8. Scott LeBuddy over here in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Not enough to hold off the left-hand lane. The number 58 dragster. Down for a 450. Hit that 450 with a 2 at 147. I'm going to put Scott LeBuddy in the benches. Jeremy Vangsness lining up against Eric Pavicic. Nearly a second of 559 over a 452. And Eric Pavicic gonna do it as Jeremy Vangsness breaks out. 559 was the call, 558 was the drive. And Eric Pavicic going to hold on, going to get on through to the next round as he looked for a 452 and went 453 flat at 149 miles an hour and put it up with an 18 off the line. Vince Magnarcino over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Parker Zimmerman pulling out to the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Parker Zimmerman got a little anxious. 22 red off of that line, which means Vince Magnarcino is going to go ahead and move on through to the next round. A 472 was his dial. Vince ran a 473 with a 1 at 145. Jack Nolan, Bobby Eintz. Jack Nolan in the left-hand lane. 6. Oh, no, that is not Jack Nolan. Who? Hank Mulligan over here in the left-hand lane. Bobby Eintz over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. And it's over here to that left-hand lane. 002 off the tree. 603 was the look, and 603 was the drive. 114 miles an hour. So Bobby Ince not going to be coming through to the next round. Mike Schleter coming to the line against Forrest Lipke. Forrest Lipke breaks out. 623 was the look. 621 with a 9 is what he got, which means Mike Schleter, you're moving on to the next round with a 603 with a 7.
We don't have buy, so.
Ed Curtis gets the nod on that one. 535 was the dial. He hit it with a 3 at 127. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have our DPiaza Memorial Race. I've got some more details coming up for you on that here in just a little bit. And Jerry Class looking for that 642. Trip zip out of Jerry Class as he goes 644 with a 2 and gets the win over Jim Fanlin on that one. All right, juniors, 6 to 11. That is our novice class. 6 to 11. You are in lane 1. Once again, juniors, 6 to 11. That is our novice class. We're going to put you in lane 1. Cars 365, Oliver Goike. I need you to hang back. You're going to be my potential buy. So let's go ahead and put you in the back of that lane. Once again, Oliver Goike. You're my potential buy in what we're calling our novice class. 6 to 11. Car 365, Oliver Goike. You go ahead and hang out in the back of 1. 12 to 17, also known as our elite class. 12 to 17. You go ahead and come on up to lane 2. 12 to 17 in juniors, come on up to lane 2. In car 3925, Thomas Conan. You can go ahead and follow on up to the back of that lane as you are my potential buy. Once again, in the novice category, 365, Oliver Goike, and in the elite class, my 12 to 17, 3925, Thomas Conan. You guys are my potential buys. Go ahead and hang out to the back of the lanes. But 6 to 11, you're in 1. 12 to 17, you are in 2. Juniors, come on down. It's your chance to dance. Round 1 coming up. Schlueter lining up against John DPiaza. Nobody has a happy Christmas as everybody goes red everywhere. But we're going to give the nod on over to John DPiaza. He goes 004 red. As Taylor Schlueter goes 28 red. John DPiaza going to get the nod for that one. Juniors, this is going to be round number 1. Juniors, you got round 1 coming up. And Michaela Highland going to take the light on that one. 501 was the dial. 502 with a 7 was the drive at 135 miles an hour. 26 was the cut on the tree. As our right-hand auto and outlets lane tried to go for a 511 and hit a 510 with an 8. Snyder lined up against Bob Chase for this one. Sorry, that was Jeff Jones over there in the right-hand lane. So Al Snyder managed to hang on because Jeff Jones punched the tree. 005 for Jeff Jones. And Al Snyder moving through to the next round. Robert Highland looking for that 466. Hits a 467 with a 1 at 147 miles an hour. Stephen Liss punches the tree at 14 red. Brandon Schwartz coming into the box against Todd Hahn. Todd Hahn hits his dial, a 603 with a 7 at 114 miles an hour as Brandon Schwartz breaks out 535. He goes 534 with a 5. Kenny Norup, that is not Kenny Norup. DJ Matika coming up against Sammy Robertson over there in the right-hand lane. And old Sampy takes the win line. Look at that, 550 was the dial. 550 451 with a 7 was the hit. DJ Matika was down for 576 and went 575, just under the line, handing it on over to Kevin Robertson on the right. Jay Larson coming up in the left-hand lane. Reno Nanani over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Reno Nanani going to get the nod there. 458 was the look. And Reno hit 458 flat, but jumped the tree 003, but not as bad as Jay Larson. Jay Larson went 146 red. Reno, you're moving through to the next round. Chuck Graves Jr. over there in the right-hand lane with 003 red, handing the win on over to the left-hand lane. Mikey Bloomfield goes red. Mikey Bloomfield jumped the light, 12 red. That gives the win on over to our right-hand lane, who goes 34 off the line. Manages to break out, but it doesn't matter because Mikey Bloomfield jumped the line first. It's our right-hand lane over here. Dialing up for 609. Goes 612 with a 1 and 108 miles an hour with a 15 off the tree. That'll be good enough to put him into the next round. Drew Taylor coming up against Dave Ansel. Drew Taylor bit the line, 6:19 red. That was a very early light. Dave Ansel going to get the win there easily. Looking for a 5:25. He hits a 5:26 with a 1 and 131 miles an hour. Brian Milham. And it'll be Brian over here in the left hand. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop Lane. 475 was the dial. 475 was the drive with a 9. Be good enough to put him on through. Brian Whitmer over here in the left hand. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop Lane. Scott Mulligan. I will find the name in this pile here. Sean Mulligan over there. The right hand Auto and Outlets Lane. And Brian over here in the left-hand lane. 455 was the call. 456 was the drive at 144 miles an hour. As Sean broke out looking for a 478, he went 477 with a 5. Looks like I've got everybody in place for my juniors, but just in case, I'm going to go over this one more time. Juniors, 6 to 11, you should be in lane 1. And at the very back of that lane should be car 365, Oliver Goike. You should be my last contender in lane 1, as you are my potential buy. Now, 12 to 17, juniors. Juniors in the 12 to 17, you should be in lane 2. And Thomas Cohen, 39-25, you should be at the back of that lane. And look at that. Just when I had my attention turned away, Bailey Ferrero goes trip zip on the light and runs dead on with a 9. 438 with a 9 and 150 miles an hour for Bailey Ferrero. And juniors, as you guys are pulling out over here, please stay in your lane. Don't pull out into lane 3 and start blocking off, because we're going to start calling other categories when we start getting you guys going. So please stay in your lane until you're all the way up here, or you know what we mean. Stay in your lane back there, please. Double 09 as he leaves the tree, dial for that 487 and hits a 485 with a 9. But he's all by himself, so it doesn't matter. He's going on through to the next round. Leighton Cryer coming up against Elijah Warner. And Leighton Cryer activates the win light right there. Elijah Warner looking for a 1540, goes 1553 with a 4 at 40 miles an hour. As Leighton Cryer was looking for an 1171 and went 1189 with a 4 at 49. Leighton Cryer moving on through to the next round. We are in eliminations. Of course, we do have that first round buyback, so you can stop by the souvenir stand and get yourself back in. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget about the Memorial DPiaza race. We have it going on tonight. We're going to be getting that started here in just a little bit. You say $150? $150 entry fee, and the sign up is at the front gate. We are limited to 64 cars. And we're trying to let as many people get in as possible, but if you are still in competition, it's really not open to you. If you've been eliminated from competition, you go ahead and come on down. Of course, we'll go ahead and take some entries and get as many in there as we can. We're going to stop at 64, but if you are still in competition, we're going to go ahead and say for now that you're not eligible for that race just yet. That may change, but as of now, if you're still in competition, you can't join the DPiaza Memorial Race, but everybody else, go ahead and head on over to the front gate. $150 entry fee, and we'll get you into the Memorial DPiaza Race coming up here in just a little bit. As Paisley Malik knocks that one down, 923 was the dial, 925 with a 6 was the drive, as Ashley Antonioni went 002 red off the tree. All right, just a heads up, pink no box, you're on standby. I apologize on that one, ladies and gentlemen. I was a little distracted right there. But Quinn Fasano went ahead and pulled that one out. 896 was the dial, and 899 with a 9 was the drive. As Race Dignitz looking for a 1375, went 1372 with a 2 at 38 in the 8th. Kramer over here in the left-hand lane. Kenzie Antonioni over there in the right-hand lane. Kenzie jumps and goes 001 red. Kai Cryer, sorry, said Kramer. It's Kai Cryer out there. 1395 was the dial. 1390 with a 1 was the hit. But Kenzie jumped the line. 001 red gives it on over to Kai. All right, pink no box. We're going to go ahead and point you towards the lanes. Pink, no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty, the win goes to Anthony on that one as our left-hand lane jumped. 48 red. Looks like you might have thrown a belt right off the line, but that's alright because your opponent jumped the tree. It's going to put you on through to the next round. We're now in to our last 6 to 11 up here for juniors, and Oliver Goike taking his bye. Oliver couldn't wait for Christmas, goes 76 red as he climbs to the top and goes a 13.96 with a 1 at 46 miles an hour. And this is going to put us in to that elite category, 12 to 17, junior dragsters. Pink, no box, you should be making your way up to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pink, no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And for my no-box car, 457, Todd Hone. Todd Hone, 457. You are going to be my potential buy. We'll bring you on up with the yellow. Riley Malik activates the win light there. 493 was the dial, 951 with the 5 was the drive. 66 miles an hour and a 108 off the tree. Cole Taylor dialed up for a 1211 with 1224 with a 458. and Tanner Listen
Remind them they got lots.
ran down the path on that last one, and Haley Antonioni was 17 red. As Tanner Listen went 27 red, giving the win on over to Haley Antonioni. Cameron Liss ran up against James Full. James Full jumps the tree 35. Cameron Liss gets the win. 941 was the call. 942 with a 6 was the drive. At 67 miles an hour with a 46 off the tree. Dominic Potts over here in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Carson McDonald over there in the right hand, Auto and Outlets lane. Took a little too much up front. Carson McDonald goes 58 red off the line. And Dominic Potts going to be getting the advancement to the next round. Remember, we do have first round buybacks for our juniors. Step on over to this souvenir stand. You go to the concession stand for your time slips. You go to the souvenir stand for your buybacks. Camille Zimmerman coming in the line up against Brody Dignitz. Camille Zimmerman goes 009 red on the light. Brody Dignitz is going to get the win. 8:05 was the call. 8:15 with a 1 was the drive at 79 miles an hour. 48 off the line. Jackson Lang, Tony Filipponi Clean race up to the top end, and Tony Filipponi going to activate the win light. 890 was the look, and 894 with a 3 was the drive at 70 miles an hour. Jackson Lang looking for 804, goes 811 with a 4, 79 miles an hour. Chase Peachy on the left, Carson Weed over there on the right. Green tree, and we are racing. And it's Chase Peachy. Chase Peachy down for that 793 and hits a 794. Carson Weed looking for 890, gets an 891 with an 8 at 67 miles an hour. Bowden lining up against Parker Phillips for this matchup, and it's going to be Parker Phillips getting the win light there. 792 was the call, and a 798 with a 2 is what he drove. 80 miles an hour out the back, the 46 off the tree. Braden Bowden was looking for a 795, went 798 with a 7 at 82 miles an hour. All right, last call for Pink No Box. Last call for Pink No Box. 3, 4, 5, and 6 red box cars. This is your first call. Red box cars. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Did I miss 6? Did I miss 6?
Once again, Pink No Box, you should be in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Red No Box, 7 to 14. Come on down, it's your chance to dance. And I have 1X39, Jerry Class. 1X39, Jerry Class, you are my buy for the red No Box, or my potential buy for the No Box. My potential buy for the red No Box. I'm getting a bunch, sorry. Yeah, red box. Did I say red? Did I say No Box again? I'm sorry. Getting all kinds of confused. 1X39 Jerry Class, red box. You're going to be coming up with the blues. So 1X39 Jerry Class, you're going to be coming up with the blues. As you want my potential buy in the red box category. Red box cars, 6 through 14. This is your call. Red box, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Once again, red box cars, 7 to 14. Come on down. Elena Liz line up against Braden Cotier, and Elena Liz getting the win there. 792 was the dial, 795 was the drive with a 3 on top, a 101 off the tree. Thomas Cohen gets down the track. 795 was the dial. 791 with the 3 is what he went. 81 miles an hour. I have a request for Bryce to come join us at the tower. Ed Frost pulling into the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jim Laughlin over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Jim Laughlin going to get this one as Ed Frost goes 32 red off the tree. Brian Folk over here in the left-hand lane. Brian Folk activates the wind light as it looks like the right-hand lane did not activate the tree. Grant Zimmerman pulling to the line against Kenny Norup. And Zimmerman, 001 off the tree, looking for a 621, hits a 623 with an 8 at 106 as Kenny Norup was down for a 574 and went 574 with a 3 at 120 miles an hour. Grant Zimmerman getting the nod for that one. Brian Dumdye coming up against Mike Etchison. Brian Dumdye dialed that 577 with 579 with a 7 at 115 miles an hour. He's going to get the nod over there over Mike Etchison. Maureen Lancaster making her way up here against Jace Deering. And it's that right-hand Outlets lane going to be taking the light. 573 was the call. 574 with a 3 is what he hit, 112 miles an hour with an 18 off the tree. It's Maureen Lancaster. Look for a 639, hit 640 with a 7 at 107. car, left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, lined up against Andrew DPiaza over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. As Al Snyder over there in the left-hand lane. Andrew DPiaza gets the light on that one. 5:09 was the call. 5:10 on with a 3 is what he hit after getting a 16 off the tree. Al Snyder looking for a 5:31 with 5:33 with an 8 at 125. Ed Curtis over here in the left-hand lane. Josh Cancelar over there in the right-hand lane. Curtis pulls it out. 5:35 was the call. 5:37 with a 4 was the drive at 120 miles an hour. As Josh breaks out, Josh looking for a 5:43, goes 5:41. Ricky Pena going up against Todd Hone. And Ricky Pena knocks it down. The call was 675, and he hit a 675 with a 500 miles an hour. Leaves the tree with a 23, getting him on through to the next round. Bruce Van Stratton on the left, BJ Vangsness on the right. Bruce Van Stratton makes it down top side for a 643. With a 6, and that was the dial. He hit it right on with a 6, and 005 off the tree as he gets the pass. This BJ, either going to be coming back in another class or watching on the sidelines. Clay Schleter bringing the G-body to the line. Dave Ansel over there in that 2000 Camaro. Dave Ansel, James Bond, 007 off the tree. 526 was the call, and he hit a 527 with a 4 to put Clay Schleter on the bleachers. Mikey Bloomfield pulling again against Bailey Ferraro. As Bailey pulls out a 002 in the red, Mikey Bloomfield moving on to the next round. Our next pair, Corey Wood coming in against Jim Oliver. Corey looking for a 588, Jim looking for a 556. Jim Oliver called for 556, went 557 with a 9 and a 008 off the tree. He's going to be moving on to the next round as Corey Wood. He's either going to be grabbing some pine or finding himself another entry somewhere. Ron Talixon pulling to the line against Johnny DPiaza. Ron Talixon over here in the Dodge. Johnny DPiaza in the Vet. Johnny DPiaza gets down there in better form. 546. 546 was the dial. 551 with an 8 at 116 miles an hour is what he got. Ron Talixon, unless you've got another entry, you'll be joining us on the bleachers. Tanner McDonald up over here on the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. John Schober over there on the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Tanner McDonald's going to get it right there. 609 was what he called for. 611 with a 4 is what he got at 111 miles an hour. John Schober may be watching for the rest of the afternoon. Brandon Schwartz coming into the box against Sean Mulligan. Brandon Schwartz activates the win light there. As he goes 527 with a 1 and 131 miles an hour, runs dead on with a 1. 36 was his reaction time. Mitch Vincent. He'll be getting it right there. 487. He drove a 488 with a 6 at 134 miles an hour. With a 25 off the line as Ray Helms was looking for a 643 and went with 644 with a 2 at 106 miles an hour. Machine Gun Kelly Spears pulling it up against Debbie Weaver. And the Machine Gun Kelly Spears takes his shot, then knocks it down. 474 was the call. 477 with a 9 is what he got. That's Debbie Weaver looking for a 585, goes 599 with an 8. Not good enough as Kelly Spears is moving on. Eric Pavicic over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Brody Dignitz over there in the right-hand lane. And it'll be Brody Dignitz. Brody Dignitz gets that one right there, 495 was the dial. And he hit it with a 4. DJ Matika and Zachary Seidelschlag. Sideschlag, sorry. Added a couple extra words in there. All right. Zachary Sideschlag. And then DJ Matika. DJ Matika leaves with a 009 off the line and breaks out, but not as bad as Zach does. Zach looking for a 506, goes 504 with a 9. And DJ Matika looking for a 576, goes 575 with a 9. That's going to put him ahead. DJ Matika coming through to the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we might have a little bit of an issue. We got a part on the track. Give us just a second. We're going to get things cleared up, make sure nothing major is wrong. Tim Vincent gets away with a 25 and goes 5-13 with an 8 and 104. Carla Pontillo still sitting with the staging lights on. Some technical difficulties there for Carla Pontillo. She'll take it down the return road, bring it back to the trailer. If she's got another entry, we'll see her in the next round. If not, we'll be seeing her in the stands. Wendell Curley not able to make it through on that one as Sean Whitman. Is that what it is? Sean Whitworth gets the win on that one. Sean Whitworth down for a 609 with 613 flat and 108. All right, I've got Brian, I believe it's either Mileham or Milam, lining up against Jay Allen. And that'll go on over to Jay Allen for that one. 488 was the line. And he had a 489 with a 141 miles an hour for Jay Allen. Yellow no box, come on up to 3 and 4. Yellow no box 3 and 4, car 457, Todd Hone. You are my potential buy. You go ahead and find yourself over there in 2. So once again, yellow no box 3 and 4, car 457, Todd Hone. You can find yourself over there in 2 as you're my potential buy. Tucker Cancelar against John Savarino. Everybody breaks out, but John Savarino does it by less. 475 was the call. 474 with a 9 is what John got. Tucker looking for a 455 and went 454 with a 9. That gives it on over to John by breaking out by less. I believe that's Scott Taylor over there in the right-hand lane. And the victory goes over to the left-hand lane. He comes out with looks for a 460, hits a 461 with a 3. The 005 off the line, the left-hand lane, advances into the next round. Gary Wood in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Daniel Whalen over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. A 573 for Gary, a 549 for Daniel. Daniel Whalen activates the win light there because Gary Wood went 100 red, jumped 1/10 right out of the box and gave it on over to Daniel. And we're running low on some cars out here, so I'm going to go ahead and say blue box. Blue box cars. 7, 8, 9, 10. And fill on out to 14 as necessary. So once again, blue box cars. Head on up to 6 or 7, 8, 9, and 10. Not 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 for the blue box. And if you need more, you can go on all the way over to 14. Don't forget, we have a buy. 1X39. Jerry Clash, you are my potential buy. Why don't you come on up with those blue cars? 1X39, Jerry Clash, you are my potential buy. And that was Mike Bonebright in the left and Dion Dignitz in the right. Dion Dignitz dialing for a 5 flat, goes 5:01 with a 733 miles an hour for the win. So Mike Bonebright looking for a 492 at 493 with a 9 at 135. B-woo. Nick Folk drops that one right there. Drops that one to Brian Whitworth. Brian Whitworth hits his time. He dials a 455, hits it with a 7, gets a 15 off the tree, and going to push himself on through to the next round over Nick Folk. Mike Wilm in the left, Mike Miller in the right. Michael Wilm punches the tree and breaks out. Mike Miller getting the win there, 620. As he runs a 620 with a 3, dead on with a 3, a 92 off the tree at 107 miles an hour for Mike Miller. Mike Miller's car being sponsored by Manny's Pizza and Salon over there in Mount Carroll, Illinois. Some of the best pizza I've had in a while. If you ever get a chance to drive through Mount Carroll, stop by Manny's Pizza. over to Chad Cannon on that one. 682 was the call. 684 with a 7 is what he ran at 100 miles an hour. 43 off the tree as Fred Berardi Jr. went 22 red. Kevin Lancaster over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Brennan Wheats over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Kevin looking for a 624. Brennan looking for a 685. Kevin Lancaster makes it down there for the win light. 624 was the call. 627 with a 1 is what he run. He cut an 11 light as Brennan Wheats breaks out with a 684, trying to hit a 685. It's our final two no-box competitors. So again, blue box cars, I should have you in 7, 8, 9, and 10. Not 6. 7, 8, 9, and 10. And of course, spill on over all the way to 14 if you need it. Troy Bokey, Todd Hone. Double red, but Todd does it better. Todd goes 002 red on the tree to Troy Bokey's 33 red on the tree. So Todd Hahn going to get the nod on that one. As we're getting ready to run into our next round of competition in boxcars. Blue box cars making their way to the water box. Juniors, if you want to buy back in the juniors category, you got 10 minutes before you may no longer buy back into your next round. So once again, juniors, buybacks closing in 10 minutes. Get on over to the souvenir stand and be standing by. We're going to get a few of these pairs run. I'll be calling juniors here in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, if you want that buyback, you got 10 minutes, juniors. 10 minutes on the buyback at the souvenir stand for juniors. Ed Curtis pulling into the left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. I'm showing Paul Pasanko over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Ed Curtis gets it done. 535 was the call. 535 was the drive with a 4. As he goes 008 off the tree and moves on through to the next round. Highland pulling to the line against Dave Ansel for this particular race. Michaela looking for 5:01. Dave looking for 5:26. And Dave Ansel putting Michaela in the stands after that one. This is Dave Ansel dialed up a 5:26 and went a 5:26 with an 8. With a 23 off the tree. Dave Ansel gets on through to the next round. Michaela Highland, unless you've got another entry, you'll be joining us in the stands. It's that right-hand lane. Gets in the win right there. 573 with a 573 with a 1 is what he got. A double 0-1. One on with a 1. Or dead on with a 1 and running a 1. That is an amazing pass right there out of that right-hand lane. All right. 6-11. Juniors, 6-11. Come on down to lane 1. Car 377. Car 377, Kai Cryer. You're going to be my potential buy. Let's put you in the back of that row over there in lane 1. Once again, 6-11. Lane 1 for juniors, Kai Cryer. Car 377. You are in the back of that lane. And from 12 to 17, juniors 12 to 17, car 317, Lily Schwartz. You are in the back of that lane. Lily Schwartz, you're in the back of lane 2, as I need all my juniors, 12 to 17, on over to lane 2. All right, boys and girls, I have a parts call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need some adhesive spray gasket. Is that what it is? An adhesive spray gasket to Dennis DiValerio. Dennis DiValerio is looking for some spray adhesive. You can bring it on up here to the tower, or you can find him in his pits. Pit number 97. You can find him on over there if you happen to know where that's at, or you can bring it on up here to the tower. If you bring it up here, I'll give him a call back on up here. But he's looking for some adhesive spray gasket. If anybody's got some, please either bring it to the tower or take it on over to Dennis, pit 97. All right, that last pair, Jack Nolan against Jim Laughlin. Jim got the win on that one. Mitch Vincent coming up in the left-hand lane. Tim Mosier over there in the right-hand lane. Mitch Mitch Vincent pushes it just a little bit too much out the back. Is Tim Mosier going to get the win there? Tim Vincent looking for a 488, went 487 with a 5. Is Tim Mosier looking for a 639, went 638 with a 7. That makes him less of a breakout, and that goes ahead and pushing him on through to the next round. Vince Magnarcita coming up against Shane Pope. And Shane Pope gets down there in a better fashion than Vince Magnarcita. A 507 is what he dialed, a 507 is what he ran, with a 6. And cut a 10 off the tree. And unless Vince has got another entry, he'll be joining us in the stands. Brian Clarity against Bailey Ferraro. And Bailey going to knock the light down on that one. Bailey runs dead on with a 7, 436, with a 17 off the tree. Mike Schleter in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mark Bertram over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Everybody left early, but Mark did it by less. Mark Bertram went 009 off the tree, giving him the heads up over Mike Schleter. All right, over there in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane, 467 was the dial. 466 with a 5 is what he ran, but the left-hand lane punched out 128 in the red. Heading the win on over the right-hand lane. Can David Ringlesetter get the nod on that one? 470 off is what the dial-in calls for. 471 with a 1. That's what he gets down there top side. Nemec over there in the right-hand lane can't hold on as the left-hand lane dials a 493 and hits it with an 8. With a 55 off the tree. 134 miles an hour for that left-hand lane moving on through Ed Nemec. Unless he's got another entry, he'll be joining us in the stands. Once again, 6 to 11 juniors, you should be in 1. 12 to 17 juniors, you should be in 2. Brian Meelam over here against John DPiaza. John DPiaza that gets this one done. 587 was the call. 589 with a 2 is what he ran with a 10 off the tree. As Brian Meelam was looking for a 475, went 478 with a 4 at 140. Left-hand lane, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. It's Eric Pavicic. Over there in the right-hand outlets lane, it's Kevin Robertson. And Kevin goes 002 red. Eric Pavicic going to get the win light there. Not only did Kevin Robertson go 002 red down for a 550 and went 549 with a 4. But Eric Pavicic, all he had to do was come out green and run down to the top end. Stone over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Robert Highland over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Tyler looking for a 540. Robert looking for a 468. Everybody's green. And as Robert Highland gets the nod. 468 was the dial, 470 was the run, dead on. Reno Nanini over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jerry Class over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. close that one out. 642 was the dial. 644 with a 3 is what he hit. 103 miles an hour with a 3 off the tree. Leighton Cryer coming to the left hand. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Ellie Mae Bacon over there in the right hand. Auto and Outlets lane. We're going to give it on over to Ellie as she went 15 red, but Leighton went 19 red. So Ellie Bacon gets the pass going through to the next round. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box cars. I need you guys to pay attention to this. No box cars. You are now combined. There are no more colors for no box cars. Pink and yellow, you are now all combined. It is just no box. Moving forward. So stand by. We are not ready for you in the staging lanes yet, but all no box cars, there are no more colors. It is all the same no box. Pink and yellow, you have now combined. In no box, you are standing by. Don't come to the staging lanes just yet. We'll call you in a couple minutes, but you are standing by. Paisley Malik tries to run down Kenzie Antonioni. Can't quite get it done. Kenzie Antonioni gets the win right there. 13.91, and she drives it with a 9. Coming off the tree with a 20. Riley Malik holds on at the line as Kenzie Antonioni jumps the tree, 82 in the red. And Riley Malik, dial up for 948, goes 950 with a 1 at 66 miles an hour. I've got Anthony on my card here. Wins that right-hand lane. 11:20 is what he's trying to hit. 11:23 with a 7 is what he got. 56 miles an hour. Oliver Goike pulls in against Quinn Fasano for this one there. And Quinn Fasano measures it up to the end. Dialing for an 898, hits an 899 with an 872 miles an hour as Oliver Goike was looking for a 1390, went 1405 with a 5. All right, no box cars. This is pink and yellow. All no box cars that are still in competition. Pink and yellow. Come on down to 3 and 4. Pink and yellow no box. All pink and yellow no box. Well, if you're still in it anyway. Lanes 3 and 4. I'm calling no box to the lanes. Remember, we have combined. Pink and yellow, you are now combined into the same group. We need you up here at 3 and 4. Kai Cryer. Our buy for this round coming on up. Looking for a 1390. That's exactly what I like to see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if at any time your racer or your team experiences a problem on the track, please don't just jump in your golf cart and head on down there. We'll give you a signal if we need you to go on down there. And if you do, go ahead and head on up the return road and pick them up from the top of the track, if you would, please. Just like this, Kai's family is doing right now. Or, I'm sorry, Kai's down here on the track. I lost my numbers on who's down there on the big end. That's not Kai. Kai Cryer's on the starting line. Looks like we might be able to limp that junior dragster off to the side there. Looks like he's moving just a little bit. All right, clear it away. Here comes the end of this round right here for this section of the juniors. My 6'2", also known as novice. Kai Cryer comes away from the line. A 79 as they climb their way to the top of the track and put it up for a 13.92 with a 5 at 45 miles an hour, trying to dial that 13.90. All right, boys and girls, here it is, the elites. My 12 to 17-year-old juniors. Once again, all no box. Pink and yellow no box. We have combined your categories. Pink and yellow no box. You are all together. Let's bring you on up to 3 and 4, please. All right, racers, I'm going to ask you to stand down for just a moment. We seem to be missing a fairly large part. We're going to make sure it's not on the track. Give us just a second to do a quick check. The call is we believe we lost one of the carburetors off one of these junior dragsters, so we want to make sure that that's not out laying on the track out there. All right, come on back, Kevin. Come on back, Kevin. We found the carburetor. Turns out it actually fell off and was jammed inside the frame. They found it located in the bottom. They thought they had dropped it on the track, and we didn't want anybody to drive across the carburetor or hit any debris on the track. So we just wanted to make sure. Now that we know where everything is and we've secured everything, let's get back into racing. All right, boys and girls, let's make it hot. Tony knocks down the win light there. 796 was the dial. 795 is what they hit. With the right hand laying down for a 790, went 783, pushing Haley on through. Cameron Liss in the left-hand lane. James Full over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Byron Liss trips the win light there. 942 was the call. 942 with a 4 was the drive. 155 off the tree at 66 miles an hour. Camille Zimmerman pulling in against Tanner Lisson. And Tanner Lisson gets the win light on that one. 790 was the call. 791 with an 8 was the hit. As he left the tree with a 46 back here. A 79-mile-an-hour run. Full over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Carson Weed over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Carson Weed going to go ahead and trip the win light there. 891 was the dial in, and an 892 with a 7 is where we went.
Bill, what is dialing on the right side there? Dialing board isn't on.
Jillian Full was looking for a 790 with 787 with a 6 at 81. Over here in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Parker Phillips over there in the right hand, Auto and Outlets lane. All right, red box cars. All right, I wanted to make sure before I made that call. Red box cars. We're going to do another round of separate box cars. Red box cars. 7, 8, 9, and 10. If you are doubled, you need to get to the front of the line. Once again, box cars 7, 8, 9, and 10. If you are doubled, get to the front of the line so we can bring you back on through. Carson McDonald in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane there goes. Dials for a 798 and hits a 805 with a 7 at 76 miles an hour. So our left-hand lane tried to go for 790, hit a 789 and broke out. Once again, red box cars. Red box cars, 7, 8, 9, and 10. If you are doubled, we need you to get up there now and get up to the front. And in my box category, 1X39, Jerry Class, you are carrying my buy, so you'll be coming up with the blue. So once again, 1X39, Jerry Class, you'll be coming up with the blue as you are carrying my buy in that category. And Brody Dignet's going to get the win light there. 8-14, hitting an 8-19 on that one, but his opponent jumped 113 red and broke out to boot. Down for 790, went 789. Brody Dignet's going to be coming back in the next round. Braden Bowden going up against Tony Filipponi. Once again, red box cars, come on up, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We want to run our doubles first, so make sure if you're doubled that you get on up there to the front of the line. Braden Bowden gets that win right there as Tony Filipponi went 30 red off the tree. Braden Bowden, dollar for a 790, hits it with a 3 and goes 20 off the line. Jackson Lang over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Thomas Conant over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Jackson looking for an 809. Thomas looking for a 795. Not a lot separating these two at the line. Thomas Conant gets the win there. 795 was the call. 798 with a 9 is the hit. As Jackson Lang went for an 809 and went 799 with a 4. Schwartz and Chase Peachy. You see that dragster over here in the left-hand lane? You notice those great big letters on the side of it? For sale. This car over here in the left-hand lane, if anybody's looking for a junior dragster, Lily Schwartz got it up for sale. $791 over $793, and it's going to be Chase Peachy. Chase Peachy, $793, hits a $794 with a 779 miles an hour. is our no box category. No box. We've combined pink and yellow. Pink no box, yellow no box. We are all running together. I would otherwise call this our Elite 8, except there's 9, so this is our Nifty 9 coming up. And we're going to whittle this down to a fantastic 5. Kevin Lancaster knocks down a 625 with a 1 after dial a 624, 108 miles an hour. So Jim Laughlin jumped the tree at a 15 off the line. A 649 out the back trying to hit a 652. It is Chad Cannon coming to the line in this Camaro going up against Jace Deering. Jace Deering goes red, 001, handing it on over to Chad Cannon, who's going to get the win there, 682. He runs it dead on with a 7, with a 22 off the line. Brian Folk coming on up. I'm matching him up against Mike Miller for this round. Brian Folk looking for a 653. Mike Miller dialing in for 620. And we're going to give the nod over to Brian Folk. 653 was the dial. He ran 674 with a 3 at 84 as Mike Miller looked for a 620 and fell out somewhere around the 330. And Mike Miller goes across the line at 878 with a 9 at 93 miles an hour. Brian Folk picks up the win there. Brian Dumdye over here in the left-hand Dodge Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Grant Zimmerman in the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Brian looking for a 578. Grant dialing for a 622. The lights go down, the wheels come up, and Brian Dumdye. Brian Dumdye looking for a 578, goes 577 with an 8, but Grant Zimmerman trying to hit a 622, goes 621 with a 1, and gives the victory over to Brian Dumdye on that one. Todd Hone. And a good-looking run for Todd Hahn. Todd Hahn dialing for a 602, goes 009 off the tree and hits a 603 with a 2 at 114. That's going to hook us up for a fabulous 5 and no box competitors as we are now getting ready to work into our box category. We are still in colors. We are doing red box. Red box coming to the line right now. Donald Whitworth over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Andrew DPiaza in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Andrew DPiaza goes ahead with the win on that one. 509 was the dial. 510 with a 6 at 129 miles an hour. And Shauna looking for a 609, hit 610 with a 9 at 110. Ed Curtis. Driving that 93 Cutlass in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Johnny DPiaza. That's 63 Vet over there in the Auto and Outlets lane. Ed Curtis, 535, and he drives it with a 5. 004 off the trees. He's getting the win over Johnny DPiaza. Once again, the DPiaza Memorial Race, we're going to take up to 64 drivers in that competition. As long as you are not in the competition, go ahead and enter on over there. $150 at the front gate. Get yourself signed up to join the the DPiaza Memorial Race. Tim Vincent lined up in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Dave Ansel over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Everybody breaks out. But Dave Ansel does it by last. Dave trying to go a 526, hits a 525 with a 9. As Tim Vincent looking for a 489, goes 488 with a 1. Dave Ansel moving on. Bruce Van Stratton in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, our right hand lane being brought to you by Auto and Outlets. And the win goes to the right hand lane, Auto and Outlets. 495 was a dial, 512 with a 7 was the winning number. As Bruce Van Stratton stepped on the line, 006 red. Machine Gun Kelly Spears over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jim Oliver taking up the Auto and Outlets lane over there on the right-hand side. Jim Oliver gets it as Kelly Spears breaks out on the top end. 474 was Kelly's tile in. He went 473 with a 4. As Jim Oliver drives dead on with a 4. 556 with a 4 at 100, with 21 off the line. Ricky Pena coming to the line against Jay Allen. Ricky Pena in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Jay Allen over there in the Auto and Outlets lane. Jay Allen trips the win light as Ricky Pena goes red. 009 red steps on the line and gives it on over to Jay Allen. Jay Allen looking for a 488, dials a 488, drives a 489 flat, 141 miles an hour. The Big Woo over here in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Brian Whitworth driving this white dragster. I've nicknamed it the Big Woo. John Savarino over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Woo in the win. 453 was the call. 454 with a 5 at 147 miles an hour as John Savarino looking for 476, goes 477 with a 3 at 138. Brian Whitworth going through to the next round. Mikey Bloomfield coming up in the taco truck. Squaring off against Dion Dignitz over there in that dragster. Mikey Bloomfield breaks out. Mikey looking for a 611, goes 610 with an 8 as Dion Dignitz gets the win on that one. 501 was what he's looking for. And he drove a 502 with a 5 at 131 miles an hour. DJ Matika over here on the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, activates the win light on that pass out there as he gets up top side. It's our right hand lane. Down for a 549 with 548 with a 9 at 127 miles an hour. Breaks out. DJ Matika, you're moving on through. box cars, we need you on up here to the lanes. And that's going to be car 1X39. Once again, blue box. Blue box cars, you can come on up to the lanes. My potential buy should be 1X. My potential buy would be 1X39 Jerry Class. 1X39 Jerry Class, you're my potential buy for blue box cars. Blue box cars, come on up to the lanes. We're going to put you in 7, 8, 9, and 10. As I turn on back over here, Bailey Ferrero won that last matchup. 436 was the dial, 437 with a 1 was the drive. She hit it with a 10 off the line. So I'm now looking to Mitch Vincent and Tanner McDonald. Mitch Vincent knocks it down. 487 is what they dialed. 488 with a 7 and 134 miles an hour was the winning number. Tanner McDonald looking for a 609, hit 610 with a 4, but wasn't good enough. Once again, blue box cars. I am looking for you in 7, 8, 9, and 10. You can spill all the way over to 14 if you need it, but I don't think I'm going to need much more than those 4 lanes. 7, 8, 9, and 10 for blue box cars. Double entries. If anybody's double entered in that blue box, you need to get up front. We're going to run you first. Get your runs out of the way. Once again, blue box cars. Get on down. If you're double entered, we want you up there in the front. Not sure if anybody noticed that, but you see, he had a little bit of an issue down there, and he decided to get on off to the side once he had that issue. Perfect etiquette right there.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. DPiaza Memorial Race, this is what we're going to do. I talked to the family and they'd like to start this after this next round. We're finishing up this round. There's 24 cars left. After the next round, there will only be 13 in the main race. If you're entered in the main race, that car cannot enter into the DPiaza race. If you are doubled in 2 cars and the other entry's out, of course you can enter the car that is out. So we are going to start the DPiaza Memorial Race at the end of the next round. Again, we're going to start the DPiaza Memorial Race at the end of the next round. So probably 20 minutes from now, you should be getting your cars ready. We're going to pull you up. It is all-run format, which means you're going to come up into the lanes. Again, we will tell you the lane numbers when we call you. As always, if you want to run the left lane, you are going to go in an odd-numbered lane. If you want to run in the right lane, you have to move into the even-numbered lanes. We will pull a random buy from all of the entries. That buy, because it was not earned, if you end up racing, it does not carry. Again, that random buy does not carry. Again, we will be calling up the cars after this next round. There are a maximum of 64 cars allowed in that race. I believe we're sitting 40-something entries right now. If you get knocked out this round or next and you want to get into that race, you can still get in. There is some time to do that. So again, we are going to start the Jerry DPiaza Memorial Race after the next round.
And in case you were wondering, you sign up for that over there at the front gate. Is that where they're signing up at, over there at the front gate?
Yeah.
That's where we were signing up. $150 entry fee at the front gate. And that gets you into that DPiaza Memorial Race. Once again, 64 cars is all we're going to allow. And it's Dylan Meyer. Dylan Meyer dialing for a 596. Goes 598 with a 5. A 006 off the tree. As he's moving on through to the next round. Jim Laughlin pulling on up to the tree. Jim Laughlin out to that early lead, but he gets passed up by the left-hand lane. Jim Laughlin looking for a 650, went 651 with an 8, 102, but it wasn't enough. Left-hand lane looking for a 492, runs dead on with a 4, and leaves the tree with an 18. All right, juniors.
1 second.
Actually, give me just a second. I got to figure out my buy. Hang on.
Juniors, please come up to the lanes. Novice in lane 1, elite lane 2. Novice, lane 1, elite lane 2. We're just figuring out the buys here. We will announce those in 1 second here.
Tim Mosier gets the win over there in the right-hand lane on that pass. 638 as he drives a 637 with a 5 and 105. As Lane was looking for a 448 and went 447 with a 6, but stepped on the line with a 16 red.
Juniors, junior novice, the potential competition buy is entry GX78. GX78. You are the potential buy in junior novice. Junior elite, entry number 3017. Entry 3017. You are the potential competition buy for junior elite. Please hang to the back of the lanes. But again, juniors, this is your call. Come up to the lanes. All right, junior novice, that GX78, that is Gunnar Fasano. Gunnar Fasano, you are the potential competition buy in novice. If you can hang out to the back of the lanes, that would be great. We believe that there are There should be 7 left in that class, so chances are you will have a competition bye if all 7 show up. In Junior Elite, entry number 3017, Kylie Degnitz. Kylie, you are the potential competition bye in Junior Elite. If you could also hang back in the back of the lanes, there are 10 left in that class, so chances are you will have to run someone.
Robert Highland pulled into the line against John DPiaza on that one, and John DPiaza looking for a 589, hits it with a 9, he goes 29 off the tree. The Robert Highland looking for a 465, goes 466 with a 6 at 146.
Juniors, you guys can get strapped in right away. We're going to bring you out as soon as possible, so when you are ready, get strapped in.
Juniors, novice, that would be 6 to 11, ages 6 to 11. Elites, that would be 12 to 17. 6 to 11 in lane 1, 12 to 17 in lane 2. And David Ringlesetter. David Ringlesetter looking for a 469, drives a 470 with a 3 and goes James Bond off the line. 007 for David Ringlesetter. And Jerry Class. Jerry Class coming on up to the line over there, the right-hand auto and outlets lane. All he's got to do is take a light and he's moving on through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a couple minutes early. All right, racers, this is just a little bit of a heads up for me, if you would, please. If you have taillights, it's the time to turn them on. Once again, taillights on if you got them. my final 5 in no box. No box, we're going to go ahead and put you in 5 and 6. No box, come on over to 5 and 6. Entry 349L, Brian Dumdye, you are my potential buy. You can come on over to 4. 5 and 6 for no box. And Brian Dumdye, you're my potential buy. Let's put you over in 4.
Boxcars, you are on standby. However, we are going to combine the colors. Again, boxcars, when we call you in just a minute, we are going to be calling all colors. If there are any doubles, we need you to the front of the lane. So if you're a double, as soon as you get that call, you got to come right on up. We're not sure if there are. Let me go look through the numbers and see if there's any doubles. But again, we are going to be calling you in just a minute, all in one color. So there will no longer be colors for the rest of the night. Eric Pavicic, entry number 359N, you are going to be the potential competition buy in the box class. Again, Eric Pavicic, entry 359N, you are going to be the potential buy in the box class when we call you in just a moment. We're checking out something on the track, make sure that everything is clear. And we're going to be pulling out our juniors. Again, no boxers. There's only 2 of you in the lane. No boxers. You need to make sure to be coming on up. We have called you. Brian Dumdye, you are the potential competition buy. You can pull into lane 4. The other no boxers, there's 4 other ones. Please pull into lanes 5 and 6.
Over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, lining up against Ashley Antonioni. And it's Ashley Antonioni that tripped the win light. 1390 is what she dialed. 1397 with an 8 is what she drove. 36 miles an hour out the back. Ellie Bacon looking for a 906, goes 917 at 73 miles an hour after leaving the tree with a 103. Our left-hand lane is bringing in Quinn Fasano. Quinn Fasano pulling into the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. The right-hand lane, Riley Malik. Riley Malik over there in the Autolent Outlet sponsored right-hand lane. Quinn Fasano dialing for an 897. Riley dialing for a 948. And with a green tree, we get topside to Quinn Fasano. Quinn Fasano dialed an 897, hit 903 with a 71 miles an hour. Riley Malik dialed for 948, went 958 with a 7 at 66. I got Kai Cryer over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, and my tech card reads over there for the right-hand lane, Anthony. So Anthony dialing up at 11-2, and Kai Cryer looking for a 1390 over here in the left-hand lane.
DPiaza race, if you want into the DPiaza race, we have moved the sign-up sheet to the tower. Again, if you want to sign up for the DPiaza race, you can come to the tower. Right now there's about 43 entrants in that race. We're going to start that after this next round. So again, there's 5 no boxers, and I believe there's 19 boxers left. If you lose this round and you would like to get into that race, you can. You just got to get back up here right away. So again, if you go out this round in the main race and you want to race in the DPiaza Memorial Race, you can. You just got to get quickly up here and sign up.
Kai Cryer trips the win line on that pass. 1390 was the dial, 1402 with a 9 was the drive. As Andrew is down for an 1120, hit at 1134 with a 2 of 57 miles an hour. Anthony. And Gunnar Fasano. I believe this is our bye for the juniors. 6 to 12 or 6 to 11. All right, boys and girls, our 12 to 17 juniors, also known as our elite class. 12 to 17 making their way on up there.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Box cars. Lane 7, 8, 9, and 10. Box cars. If there are any doubles, I don't believe there are, but if there are any doubles, you need to come up to the head of the line. Again, box cars, all colors, box cars, lane 7, 8, 9, and 10. DPiaza Memorial Race, you guys are going to be on standby.
The nod's going to go to Haley Antonioni for that pass right there. She went 12 red, but Cameron List went 262 red. And Haley Antonioni going to be getting that pass on through to the next round. Braden Bowden lining up there against Tanner Listen. A 790 on a 790. Dual dial-ins, the exact same time for both of these drivers. And Braden Bowden steps on the line. 62 red and gives it on over to Tanner Listen. Tanner was looking for a 790, went 789 with a 4, but Braden Bowden jumped the tree. 62 red for Braden as he gives it over to Tanner. Parker Phillips pulling into the line over here in the left hand. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Carson Weed, he's lining up over there in the Auto and Outlets right-hand lane. Green tree as we are racing for the finish. And Carson Weed knocks it down. 891 was the dial. He went 893 with a 2. 70 miles an hour out there, getting him the win over there. 41 off the line. And Parker Phillips looking for a 794, went 797 with a 4 at 81, but it wasn't enough. It's Carson Weed coming back in the next round. Chase Peachy, the left-hand lane. He's bringing himself on up there to the starting line. Carson McDonald's over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Once again, racers, if you got taillights, turn them on. And Chase Peachy goes red. Steps on the line with an 11 and puts it on over to Carson McDonald. Carson McDonald went dialed to 798 and hit it with a 4. 798 with a 498 or 81 miles an hour with an 18 as he leaves the line.
No box, in and buckled up. We're pulling you guys out in just a minute. Again, no box should be in lane 5 and 6. I believe I see all of you there. Thank you very much. Brian Dumdai, I see you in lane 1. Thank you very much. We'll be pulling you guys out in just a second. Box cars, if you missed a call, you need to get up to the lanes, lane 7, 8, 9, and 10. Eric Pavicic, I see you in lane 3, so thank you. You are our potential competition buy for box class. DPiaza Memorial Race, you guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you guys out in just a few minutes. If you still want to get into that race, there are spots available. Right now there are 44 signed up. The sign up is in the tower. That race is going to start after this next round. If you lose in this round and you want in, make sure to get up here and tell us that right away.
Thomas Conant, right over here on the left-hand lane, goes into the 795 is what he dialed. 808 with an 8 at 71 miles an hour. And he's going to be moving on through to that next round. Once again, this is an all call for all box cars. Red and blue, you have been combined. Red and blue box cars, you have been combined. Come on down to the lanes. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Of course, you can spread on over to 11 and 12 if needed, but I don't think there's that many of you. I think 7, 8, 9, and 10 ought to fit you just fine. And I see I've got both of my box and no box buys in place. Once again, box cars, all colors. We have combined you guys and put you all together. So there's no longer a red and a blue box, just all box. Box cars, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And of course, if you're double entered, we want you to work your way on up to the front so we can get your run out of the way.
All right, we have a quick test pass here. As soon as that is done, we're going to drag a little bit of in between the round cleanup. We're going to then go immediately into box and our no box cars. So just a few more minutes and we're going to be pulling box and no box. DPiaza race, I'm going to guess it'll probably take us about 15-20 minutes to get the track dragged and have these cars run through. So approximately 8 p.m. we will start the DPiaza race. Again, approximately 8 p.m. is when about we're going to start the DPiaza race. If you lose this round, you can still get in. You're going to be coming up to the tower to sign up for that. When we get through first round, we do allow buybacks in the DPiaza race for the first round only. Those are going to be located at the concession stand. Again, the DPiaza Memorial Race, first round buybacks are $50, and that will be located at the concessions. Again, buybacks will be at the concession stand. While we've got a few minutes of downtime, racers, if you're not familiar with how to print your time slips, if you want a printed paper statement instead of just the free Byron Dragway app, you can always get copies of the paper time slips by going to the concession stand, and it just takes a second. You can actually print out all of your runs for the day if you'd like. If you have any questions on how that printer works, just ask one of the staff people. As you're facing the front of the concession stand, the window where the kiosk for printing is located on the far left-hand side. Again, racers, tomorrow morning, remember that it is new arrival time trials only in the morning. New arrival time trials only in the morning. That will save us probably an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of run time, so we can make sure to not only get the full race in, but also we have a second memorial race tomorrow. Today is the Jerry DPiaza Memorial Race. Tomorrow is the Jeff Estes Memorial Race. It's the same format, maximum of 64 cars. If you would like to get into that race, you can also sign up at the gate. All right, no boxers, we are done prepping the track. In and buckled up. Box, you're coming out in just a minute, so you need to be in the lane, strapped, ready to go, so we can get the show on the road. It only took a few minutes, actually about 4.5 minutes to drag the track, so we are going back hot. We're going to go through the 5 no boxers and the 19 boxers, and then we are going to go into the DPiaza Memorial Race. All right, we are moving into the 5th round of the Saturday race of the 50th annual U.S. Bracket Nationals. We are racing for a top prize of $15,000 today. Again, $15,000 goes to the winner. We have 19 cars in box, 5 in no box left. If you do the math, the 5 is going to go to 3 and then down to 2. In no box, the 19 is going to go to 10 and then to 5. When we get down to 2 no box and 5 box cars, we will combine them onto a ladder. Again, we ladder at 8 cars. The 2 no boxers will race each other for the no box final. And the box cars remaining at that time, there should be 5 of them. They will all be laddered as well.
So I guess you could say this is sort of like a no-box quarterfinal. Our left-hand lane is seeing Kevin Lancaster taking the line. Todd Hone taking the line over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. A 6:24 for Kevin, a 6:02 for Todd. Todd Hahn steps on the line. 24 red for Todd Hahn, and Kevin Lancaster gets the nod and goes on through. Dial up for a 6:24, goes 6:26 with a 3 at 108, and leaves the line with a 34. Chad Cannon. He's driving the red Camaro over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Brian Folk, we got him over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Chad Cannon gets the win. 007 James Bond as he comes off the line. Looking for a 682. He drives a 684 with a 4 at 100 miles an hour as Brian Folk breaks out. 6:55 is what he's looking for, and went 6:54 with a 6. And now our bye from Brian Dumdye. Brian Dumdye going to be making this. All he's got to do is make it to the end. Actually, all he's got to do is take a light. But we went for some numbers, and he did it. 578 was the call, and he hit it 578 dead on with a 6. Leaving the tree with a 41. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes that round of no box competition, as we are now moving into our combined box competition. Once again, all box cars have been combined. I went out there and counted them up. Everybody was in the lane. We are ready to go with the entire cast and crew. Brian Whitworth over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Andrew DPiaza over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Brian's number, BW00. I'm calling it the Big Woo. And that round's a no-can-do from the Big Woo as he goes 003 and steps on the line. No 003 red. Andrew DPiaza going to get the nod on that one, 508, and he drove it dead, 508. 136 miles an hour for Andrew DPiaza as he's moving on through. We found Ed Curtis over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jerry Class pulling in over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Ed Curtis gets there in the better time, 5:35, and he hits a 5:36 with a 4, 120 miles an hour. Jerry Class was down for a 6:41, went 6:42 with a 3 at 104. Not enough, as Ed Curtis inches him out down the top side. He's going to be coming back for the next round. I've got Dylan Meyer over here in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts lane. And our right hand lane, once again, being brought to you by Autolin Outlets. Got a dragster pulled in over there. Little Vega over here on our left hand Don's lane. And Dylan jumped. 006 on the tree, red for Dylan Meyer. As that wind's going to go over to our right-hand lane. Looking for a 495. Drives up a 513 with a 7 at 110. Once again, Everybody seems to have been following along with this one, but just in case you missed the announcement, ladies and gentlemen, if you have tail lights on your race car, turn them on for us, please. My tech card here for this car in the left-hand lane. Part of the Bone Bright crew says it's Bones driving it. Pulling in against Jay Allen as they're racing to the top of the track with a green tree, and Jay Allen puts it in. Jay Allen dialed the 488 and went 489 with a 3 at 140 miles an hour. As Bones, looking for 492, went 494, 137. DJ Matika over here in the left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jim Oliver pulling up in that right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Jim Oliver got all over the line on that one. 002 red for Jim Oliver, which means DJ Matika will advance to the next round. 574 was DJ's time that he was dialing for, and went 575 with an 8 at 120. All right, juniors. 6 to 11. Junior 6 to 11, otherwise known as our novice class. Car 3X18, Ashley Antonioni. You're going to be my potential buy. You go ahead and find your way towards the back of lane 1. But otherwise, my novice, 6 to 11 juniors, come find your way into lane 1. 12 to 17, that's my elites. You go ahead and find your way into lane 2. And we're looking at Mitch Vincent taking the tree against Tim Mosier for this pass. As Mitch Vincent trips the win light. 487 was the dial, 492 with a 4 was the drive, with a 14 off the line. Tim Mosier was looking for a 637 and went 636 with a 7 and broke out. Mitch Vincent, your winner on that one. And over there in your elites, you're 12 to 17. 364N. 364N. Carson McDonald, you're going to be my potential buy. In my 12 to 17 category, you find yourself out there in the back of lane 2. Once again, 12 to 17, you should be in lane 2. And Carson McDonald, you're going to be my potential buy, entry 364N. I think that's what that said. Yeah, 364N. And over in my novice, or 6 to 11 category, 3X18, Ashley Antonioni, you're going to be my potential buy. You two hang out towards the back of those lanes. But 6 to 11, you should be in 2. And 12 to 17, you should be in 2. Sorry, 6 to 11, you should be in 1. 12 to 17, you should be in 2. We got Dion Dignitz taking the tree over here against Bailey Ferrero. Dion Dignitz breaks out. 501 is the dial. 500 with an 8 is the hit. 134 miles an hour as Dion drops that one to Bailey Ferrero. It went 436 was the dial, and she hit at 436 with a 4. And 008 as they left the tree. It is Dave Ansel over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. David Ringlesetter over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Dave looking for a 524. Dave Ansel looking for a 524. Dave Ringlesetter looking for a 469. Eric Pavicic, our buy for this round in the box category. His dial's reading a 451. A decent look on that one. A 451 in the dial, a 449 on the hit, 006 in the reaction time at 152 miles an hour. Once again, my juniors, I should have my 6 to 11. He should be over there in lane 1. 7 to 12. 7 to 17, 11 to 12 to 17. Sorry, I will figure those numbers out. 12 to 17 over there in lane 2. Fasano on Fasano actually coming our way. A little Fasano side. Two go down, one comes back. Gunner squaring up against Quinn. All right, boys and girls. All right, DPiaza Racers, DPiaza Racers. Let's go ahead and bring you on up to 9, 10, 11, and 12. Once again, DPiaza Racers, if you're joining us in that DPiaza race, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Entry X04, Elena Liss. You are my potential buy. Once again, Elena Liss, you are my potential buy for the DPiaza Memorial Race. DPiaza Racers, 10, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And, of course, if it's necessary, we'll have you spill over. But we're going to aim for 9, 10, and 11, 12. I think we got enough room to get you guys in over there. All right. I got a little distracted right there as I look back at my screen. Gunner Fasano picked up the win on that one. 1198 was the dial, 1201 with an 8 at 50 miles an hour. Quinn Fasano dialed up an 898 and went 905 with a 7 at 71. But Gunner tripped the win light and going to be taking that one on to the next round. Kai Cryer. Kai Cryer has got the left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Ashley Antonioni has the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. A $3.95 for Kai Cryer, or $13.95 for Kai Cryer, $13.94 for Ashley Antonioni. All right, boys and girls, let's see who punches out the ticket on the top of the tree. $13.94 for Ashley Antonioni. She goes $13.97 with a 1 at 36 miles an hour. Kai Cryer dialed up at $13.95 with $13.78 with a 5 at 45. All right, there goes our novice. It is now time for our elites. We got a few to run through in our elites. Once again, DPiaza racers, 9, 10, 11, and 12. You can go ahead and fill on out to 13 and 14 if you need it, but I believe we got more than enough room over there for you. 9, 10, 11, 12 for DPiaza racers. And once again, Elena Liss. We are bound and determined to screw that name up. Elena Liss, you are going to be our potential buy for that first round of the DPiaza Memorial Race. Thomas Cohen going to go ahead and get the win light there as Tanner Lisson stepped down the line. 34 red from Tanner Lisson. Everybody breaks out, but Thomas Cohen held the line up back, and he's going to go ahead and get the win there. Haley Antonioni coming into the left-hand lane. Carson Weed over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And Carson Weed breaks out, dialing an 894, goes 891 with a 7, gives it over to Haley Antonioni, who tried to dial an 8 flat and went 802 with a 9. 009 off the tree for Haley Antonioni. All right, boys and girls, here comes our final competitor In the Elite Juniors category, this is 12 to 17-year-old Carson McDonald. Lined up, all he's got to do is take a light. You can always put in a run. Carson Dallas, 797, climbing to the top end of the track and hit it, 797 with a 1. After leaving the tree with a 93, 81 miles an hour out the back. All right, once again, DPiaza racers, you should be in 9, 10, 11, and 12. And of course, you can spill on over to 13 and 14 if you need it.
Yeah.
And Elena Liss, you are my potential buy for that DPiaza race. All right, no box 3 and 4. No box 3 and 4. Give me just a second to figure out our buy there. Chad Cannon, you are my potential buy. Once again, Chad Cannon, you're my potential buy. All no box 3 and 4. And once again, if you're planning on running that DPiaza race, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and of course, if you need 13 and 14, you can go ahead and spill on over there. Josh Goike on a time run, cuts a 41 off the tree and a 471 with a 6 out the back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can direct your attention over here to the tower. I have this young man standing out here on the not the ledge. What is this? The balcony. Andrew DPiaza.
I'm going to speak, yes, Christian.
Once again, racers, if you're looking to get into that Andrew DPiaza race, 7 or 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 13 and 14 are your spillover. No box, you should be in 3 and 4.
Firstly, thank everybody for being part of Dad's race here this evening. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about Dad, but very specifically to racing, certainly when I'm at the racetrack, as probably anybody who grew up at the racetrack and with their dad, you know, there's just a lot of memories. Dad was somewhat, to me, of a superhero at the racetrack. He was a different version of himself that I think we probably all look forward to. You know, Dad was, when he was at the racetrack, he was very competitive. You know, that was an aside that I probably saw every day, but he was very, very competitive. Dad was also the mayor at the racetrack. You know, he'd stand by his car and people would file by and everybody wanted to talk to Jerry. And I just, you know, in so many of these things I you know, pick up and remember as I get older. You know, one thing that Dad didn't tolerate was he didn't tolerate being disrespected. Well, maybe sometimes he wasn't disrespected as much as he thought, and maybe we might go visit somebody at their trailer. But as it was, that's part of who my dad was. Probably like lastly, my dad was the life of the party, absolute life of the party. You know, so as we, you know, race here this evening, you know, and I think back to just a whole life of either racing with him or, in this sense, you know, racing for him. You know, what a cool life to be able to live with my dad. So let's take a minute if we can. Take a minute if we can for a little quiet for Dad. Thank you, guys. Let's go racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Jerry DPiaza Memorial Race about to take place out here at Byron Dragway, your playground of power. And of course, racers, if this first round of the DPiaza race doesn't go the way you planned, buybacks will be at the concession stand. First round buybacks in the DPiaza race will be at the concession stand. So make sure you stop by there on your way back if that didn't go the way you wanted. Bryant coming up in the left-hand lane. Tyler Weed over there in the right-hand lane. Everybody steps on the line. And it's going over to the left-hand lane over here. All right, left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane goes red by 10. The Auto and Outlets lane steps on it by 15 and breaks out. The left-hand lane advancing to that next round. Clay Schleter and Kaylee Cannon. And Clay Schleter over here in the left-hand lane gets the win out there. 6:05. You need a 6:09 with a 9. 003 off the tree. All right, box. Box cars. Let's go ahead and bring you on down to 5 and 6. Box cars 5 and 6. X9T. Bailey Ferraro, you are my potential buy for that, so you go ahead and line up in the back. Actually, sorry, let's go ahead and bring you on up to 2. Let's put you on over in there in 2. Once again, Bailey Ferraro, you're my potential buy. Let's bring you on over to 2. Box cars, 5 and 6. And the victory falls over to our left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. 646 was the dial. He hit it with an 8. 646 with an 817 off the tree. Steve Ford over here in the left-hand Downs Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Alex Bozak over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. I don't think that's Steve Ford over here in the left-hand lane. Alex Bozak, 556 was the dial, 557 with a 9 is what he hit, 122 miles an hour with a 001 off the tree. Is our right-hand lane going on through to the next round. I got Jay Larson over here on the left-hand side. Jim Laughlin over there on the right-hand side. Jay Larson gets the win on that one. Jim McLaughlin stepped on the line, 16 red, and gives it on over. Our left-hand lane moving on in the DPiaza Memorial Race. Corey Wood over here in the left hand, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Colin Estes over there in the right hand, Auto and Outlets lane. Oh, Colin Estes steps on the line, 79 red. It's Corey Wood. Advances to the next round. 585 was the dial. He hits it with a 6 with a 17 off the tree and 119 out the back. Taylor Schleter over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Bob Gasto over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Taylor Schleter activates the win light on that one. 677 was a dial, and he hits it with a 1 after leaving the tree with a 43. 98 miles an hour out the back. We'll see him in the next round. And it's going to be that right-hand lane, taking it on right there. Daniel Whalen over there in the right-hand lane gets the win on that pass. He's going to be coming through to the next round. Jason Schack going to get that one. 516 was a dial. He runs a 517 with a 6 and 131 miles an hour after leaving the tree with a 40. Al Snyder over here on the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And now T-Bucket driving Medea over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. it's going to be T-Bucket pulling that one out. 466 was the dial. 468 with an 8 is what he drove. 141 miles an hour with a 17 off the line. As Al Snyder dialed for a 529, went 534 with a 5 at 124. Jeff Larson over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Tony V over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And the win comes on over here to the right-hand lane. Tony V going to take it right there. Everybody breaks out, but Tony V does it by less. 491 was the dial. 490 was what he hit. Our left-hand lane was reaching for a 527, went 525, and handed it on over to Tony V on that one. Mark Buttram over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Parker Zimmerman in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mark Buttram going to get that one as Parker stepped on the line. 009 coming out of that right-hand lane goes red. So we're going to go ahead and give it on over to that right-hand lane right there. Mark Buttram going to be moving on through to the next round. I got Sean over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. And BJ Vangsness over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Sean Mulligan. BJ Vangsness knocks down the win there. 603 was the dial. 605 was what he drove with a 3. And the 006 off the tree at 115 miles an hour for the win. Grant Zimmerman over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Sampy Jones over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Old Sampy pushes it out the back. 549 was a dial. He hits it with a 2 after leaving the tree with a 19. Over here in the left-hand lane, dialed up for a 620. They hit it with a 4. 2 thousandths, the margin of victory. .42 ten thousandths, sorry. Tim Vincent. Coming up in the left-hand lane. Matt can't hold on to his right-hand lane. Dials for a 477. 478 with a 3 over there in the right-hand lane is where we went. A 008 off the line at 130 miles an hour. All right, boys and girls, this is Stefan List pulling up in this machine over here on the left-hand lane. And I believe that's Dominic Bowden over there in the right-hand outlets lane. Just looking for a little verification here on my sheet. And it's Stefan List with the win. 587 dead on, leaving the tree. 005 at 116 miles an hour for Stefan List as he gets the win and is coming through to the next round. Ricky Pena pulling into the left-hand lane over here. Bobby Ince Jr. over there on the right-hand lane. And Ricky Pena cuts it quick. 19 red for Ricky Pena. Because Bobby Ince Jr. goes 583 with an 8 on a 582. 002 off the tree. Our left-hand lane holds Ryan Fasano over here. And Jeff Jones over there in the right-hand lane. One's going to go to Jeff Jones, who's dialing for a 476. He drives it with a 5, 141 miles an hour out the back and a 15 off the line. Jerry Van Houten over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Johnny DPiaza over there in the right-hand Autolon outlets lane. Johnny DPiaza, 545 was the dial, 548 flat at 120 is what we got with a 7. James Bond leaving the tree. Tony Pontillo. And that right-hand lane gets it. Tony Pontillo dialed up a 469, went 468 with a 1 and 144, hands it on over to the right-hand lane. Elena Liss coming up to the lane over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Everybody's red, but Elena Liss going to get the win as she went by worse. 004 from Elena. 008 out of the right-hand lane. Both of them red. Elena coming through to the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that was the end of our first round of the Memorial Race. Once again, first round buybacks for the DPiaza Memorial Race available at the concession stand. First round buybacks available at the concession stand for that DPiaza race. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the final? No box semifinal. I'm down to 3 competitors. Kevin Lancaster coming up in the left-hand lane. Brian Dumdye taking on the right-hand lane. A 37 Chevy matching up against a 57 Chevy. All right, juniors. Juniors, 6 to 11. Let's go ahead and bring you on up to lane 1. Juniors, 6 to 11, lane 1. And then juniors, 12 to 17. Let's bring you on up to lane 2. I do not have a bye for the junior Brian Dumdye goes red, and Kevin Lancaster gets the win there. Kevin Dial on 624. He breaks out with a 621, but Brian Dumdye stepped on the line. Is going to send Kevin Lancaster to the next round. All right, once again, my 6 to 11, I do not have a bye in that category. However, in my 12 to 17, 21X9, Haley Antonioni, you are going to be my bye. Let's go ahead, or my potential bye. Let's go ahead and put you in the back of lane 2. 21X9, Haley Antonioni, you're going to be my potential bye. Let's put you in the back of 2. So once again, I have 2 competitors coming up to lane 1 for 6 to 11 in juniors. And 12 to 17 in juniors, you are over there in 2. With 21X9, Haley Antonioni, you're going to be my potential bye. You go ahead and take the back of those lanes. Chad Cannon. Our bye for the no box round. All he has to do is make it into that next round. Chad Cannon puts up a 682 for his dial-in, but hits a 681 with a 6 on that run. But it's okay, but he's running by himself, so he'll still come around to the next round. DJ Matika. He's been coming up in this left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane all day today. I got Jay Allen. Also been sticking to that right auto and outlets lane over there today. Knocking down the win light there. 488 was the dial. He goes 489 with a 4 to 138 as DJ Matika dialed up a 574 and went 573 with a 6. 120 miles an hour. Pushes it on over to Jay Allen coming up in the next round. Mitch Vincent taking up the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Our right-hand lane being brought to you by Auto and Outlets. In the left, we are looking for a 487. Over in the right, we are looking for a 495. Mitch Vincent putting it in right there. 487 was the dial. 489 with a 4 is the drive. 129 miles an hour as he goes 004 off the tree. And the right-hand lane breaks out. Dialing up for 495, goes 493 with an 8. Dave Ansel in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Andrew DPiaza over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Andrew DPiaza putting it up in his own race. 508 was the dial. 509 is what he hit. The 004 off the tree as Dave Ansel tried to dial 525, went 524 and breaks out over here in the left-hand lane. Actually, I guess we're not doing the DPiaza race right now, are we? No, we're not. This is the box race. The main race. I thought I was over there in the DPiaza race for a second. Ed Curtis is pulled up in the left-hand lane. Shane Pope is making his way to the line over there in the right-hand lane. Ed Curtis dials a 534 and drives it with a 6. 126 miles an hour at 17 off the tree. And Shane Pope wasn't good enough. 503, hit at 503 with a 9 with a 55 off the line. Bailey Ferraro gets on out there. 436 was the dial. 435 is what they ran, but Eric Pavicic did it worse. 452, and he hits a 451 with a 5, which means Bailey Ferraro gets the win line on that one. All right, I see I've got my juniors lined up in place. That was our box. I guess you'd call that a quarterfinal. That takes us down to 5. 5 in the box, 2 in the no box. Next up, we are running our junior novice category. Junior novice stands for 6 to 11 years old. 6 to 11. Put you in that novice category out here tonight. We got 2 running down the track. Bringing it all the way down to 1. 2 go down, 1 come back. This is our 6 to 11 final. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's being brought to my attention that some of you may not have heard. Pardon me, I was choking there for a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may or may not have heard, I'm trying to get this out to you. If you want to join into that DPiaza race, if that first round didn't go the way you wanted it to, swing on by the concession stand and buy yourself back into the DPiaza Memorial Race. We're giving you 1 buyback So go ahead and get on over there. The DPiaza Memorial Race buybacks over there at the concession stand. Gunnar Fasano is coming in against Ashley Antonioni. And it looks like Ashley got a little anxious on the line. 102 red as she gives it over to Gunnar Fasano, who does break out with an 11.96 with a 5. But Ashley cut it red at the line and hands it on over to Gunnar Fasano. Congratulations, Gunnar Fasano, our novice junior finalist. This is our semifinal in the Elite Juniors. I have 3 competitors left, so I call this a semifinal. Thomas Cohen has got it coming to the line against Carson McDonald. 793 and a 798 are our dials. Thomas Cohen puts it across the line in decent fashion. 793 was the dial. 798 with an 8 is what he hit. 77 miles an hour after leaving a 005 on the tree. And Carson McDonald went for a 798, went 799 with a 1 at 79 miles an hour. Thomas Cohen coming through to the next round. Haley Antonioni coming in for her bye. All she's got to do is be able to come back in the next round.
You just use it.
Haley's dialed in for an 8 flat. With a dial in at 8 flat, she goes 801 with a 5. Of course, she stepped on the line, 002 red, but running all by herself, that's fine. She's still coming around to the next round. Haley Antonioni, we will see you in the final. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. Parts call. I need about 7 quarts of 2050 oil, brad pin, and a filter. You can either bring that on up to the tower, or it needs to be for a big block Chevy. I'm sorry. It's a small block Chevy, but they may be interchangeable filters. We're not sure, but that's what we're looking for. 2050 oil for the DPiaza camp. We're also looking for a filter to go along with it. Brad pen oil. 2050. We need it over in the DPiaza crew. We're lacking over there. Or you can bring it on up to the tower if you're not sure where the DPiaza crew is hanging out. We'll go ahead and give them a call. But parts call, we're looking for that 2050 Brad pen oil with a filter for a small block Chevy. And DPiaza competitors, lane 9, 10, 11, and 12. DPiaza competitors, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And if you need to spill on over to 13 and 14, you may. 31, Dan Whelan, you are my potential buy. Let's go ahead and put you on over there in, 8? 8. Put you on over there in 8. Once again, concession stand for the DPiaza buyback. DPiaza buyback first round at the concession stand. Bryant coming into that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Tyler Weed over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Round 2, true eliminations in the DPiaza Memorial Race. Phil Bryant getting the nod on that one. Dialed up for a 595, drove a 596 with a 6, and pulled a 2 off the tree. Al Snyder in that left-hand lane. Andrew DPiaza over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Andrew DPiaza punches it red. Al Snyder gets the win there. Al Snyder dialed up a 533, went 534 with a 1 and 127 as Andrew DPiaza stepped on the line with a 3 red. Corey Wood in the left-hand Don's lane. Mark Buttram over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Trip zip for Corey Wood, but he breaks out. Dialing an 585. He hits a 584 with a 9 with that trip zip. That hands it on over to Mark Buttram. Mark Buttram dials a 445, goes 446 with a 4 at 154 miles an hour. Once again, DPiaza racers, you can buy back into this second round, but you cannot buy into the third round. If you want it into this second round, you need to get over the concession stand right now and get on up here into the lanes once you get bought back in, if you still can. Clay Schleter on that one gets the win. 608 was the dial. 638 with a 6 and runs a 8 off the tree. All right, I need all my main race competitors, all competitors not in the DPiaza race, to come on down to 4 and 5. Once again, main race competitors, 4 and 5. You know who you are. Taylor Schleter in the left-hand lane. BJ Vangsness over there in the right-hand lane. Taylor steps all over it. 009 red. BJ Vangsness going to take the win there. 604 was the dial. 605 with a 5 is what he ran. 113 miles an hour for BJ Vangsness. Brent Vincent coming up in this left-hand lane. T Bucket driving Medea over there in that right-hand auto and outlets lane. Brent looking for a 646 over there. T Bucket dialing for a 467. T Bucket hits it as Brent Vincent steps on the line. 009. Brent Vincent went red. T Bucket gets it out the back end. Even though he breaks out, dialing for a 467, he goes 466. But he held the line and kept it green. He'll be moving on to the next round. Blake Vangsness over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Tony V over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. Tony V takes the win over there. 490 was the dial, 492 flat, 133 miles an hour. Once again, main race, 4 and 5. That's box, no box. All together, 4 and 5. Jeff Larson looking for a 525, goes 524 with a 9 and breaks out. Elena Liss. Sampy Robertson. I'm hearing some whomping down there on the big end, and it's Elena Liss putting Sampy on a trailer right there. Looks like Kevin might have had a little bit of an issue leaving the line with an 820.
Make sure, Kevin.
Mike Schleter over here in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts lane. Jason Schott over there in the Autoland Outlets right-hand lane. And Mike goes 13 red, steps all over the line as Jason Schott going to move on through to the next round, dialing for a 5.16, hits it with a 5, and leaves the tree with a 15 and 136 miles an hour.
The middle of Dial Out.
Jay Larson in the left. Bobby Knights Jr. over there in the right. Bobby Knights Jr. 009 as he steps on the line. And Jay Larson gonna get the win there, down for a 5.06, goes 5.05 with a 1 and 134. But it doesn't matter, as Bobby jumped all over it and gave him that red light, giving him the win on into the next round. Sean Mulligan taking up that left-hand lane. John Jones taking up the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Jeff Jones, sorry. Jeff Jones over there in that right-hand lane getting the win. 476 was the dial. He went 475. But his opponent dialed up for 476, went 473. Did it worse. Jeff Jones moving on through to the next round. Stephen Liss in our left-hand lane. Grant Zimmerman over there in the right-hand Autoland Outlets lane. Grant Zimmerman, he ends up getting the lesser of two breakouts. 620 on a 9, at 106 miles an hour. So he's going to go ahead and move on through to the next round. Tim Vincent coming up in that left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Tim Vincent getting the nod over there. 482 was the call. He hit 481 with a 5, but not as bad as his opponent. As his opponent stepped all over the line. 004 red gives it on over to Tim Vincent. Colin Estes. And we're giving the nod over to the right-hand lane. 477, hit it with a 5. With a 2 off the tree and 147 miles out the back.
And Johnny DPiaza.
Hank Mulligan pulling into the box against Johnny DPiaza. Junior Elite Final, Lane 2. Junior Elite Final, Lane 2. Hank Mulligan knocking it down in that one, looking for a 602, runs it dead with a 20 off the tree at 115 miles an hour on the top side. Ryan Fasano taking up that left-hand lane. Dan Whelan taking up the right-hand lane. And Dan Whelan getting the nod right there. 556 was the dial. 558 with a 9 is what he ran at 122 miles an hour after taking a 20 off the tree. This is our no-box final. Kevin Lancaster coming up against Chad Cannon. And Chad Cannon knocks it down. 681 was the call. 683 with a 9 and 100 miles an hour after taking 21 off the tree. Kevin Lancaster looking for a 621 with 622 with a 1 and 109 after taking 80 off the tree. Boxcar quarterfinal. I got 5 competitors left in the boxcar field. Mitch Vincent taking on that left-hand lane. Jay Allen signed up for the right-hand Autolin Outlets lane. Jay Allen trips the win line on that one. 488 was the call. 489 with an 8 was the run. 140 miles an hour for Jay Allen as he takes 31 off the tree. And Mitch Vincent was looking for a 486, went 489 flat at 135. Not enough. Jay Allen coming through. Ed Curtis coming up in the left-hand lane. As Andrew DPiaza making his way over there in that right-hand lane. Ed Curtis looking for a 534. Andrew looking for a 509. Andrew DPiaza goes red. 002 red for Andrew DPiaza. Ed Curtis picks up the win there as he dialed for a 534, went 559 with a 7 at 101. Why, after taking 11 off the tree. And all Bailey's got to do is make it through to the next round. Al Bailey managed to step on the line there, 2 red, but 436 with an 8 after trying to dial a 435, 158 miles an hour. Junior Elite Final coming to the line. Haley Antonioni coming up against Thomas Conan. Haley gets the nod. Haley dials up for an 8 flat, goes 808 with a 3 at 73 miles an hour as Thomas dialed for a 793, hit a 790 with a 4 and breaks out. Congratulations, Haley Antonioni, our Elite Junior finalist.
All right, DPiaza race, Memorial race. You guys are still in it. We'll bring you back. 9 and 10. Dan Whelan, 31. You're carrying. I'll meet you back in 8. Bring them back up. A couple more rounds to go.
Attention juniors, it looks like somebody has left a starter box down here on the line over here in the left-hand lane. Once again, starter box left behind the line. Oh, there's one on each side. All right. So if you're missing your starter box, we think we got it down here on the line. Once again, DPiaza Memorial Racers, you should be in 9 and 10. And if those fill up, you can spill on over to 11 and 12. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and away we go in another round of eliminations in the DPiaza Memorial Race. next matchup puts Al Snyder against BJ Vangsness for this next pairing. BJ Vangsness goes 6:04 with a 4, dialing it dead on with a 4, and takes 3 off the tree, 114 miles an hour out the back. As Al Snyder went red, 32. Phil Bryant coming up on the left. T Bucket over there on the right. Bailey Ferraro, come on down for that final race. Bailey Ferraro, we are looking for you for that final race. And Phil Bryant puts T-Bucket in the stands. Phil Bryant dialing 595, runs it with a 7 at 117 miles an hour as he takes 15 off the tree. T-Bucket looking for a 466. He hits a 467 at 147. Elena Liss, Miss Liss, coming on up here in the left-hand lane. Tony V over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. And it's Tony V getting the win light there. As Elena Liss breaks out with a 509 on the dial board and a 508 on the scoreboard. Jay Larson out there in the left-hand auto parts, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Mark Buttram over there in the right-hand auto and outlets lane. Over in the right-hand lane, Mark Buttram over there, 447 is what he dialed. 440 flat is what he ran. But his opponent stepped all over the line with a 1 in the red. That puts Mark on through to the next round. Schleter coming on up in the left-hand Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Jason Schott over there in the right-hand Auto and Outlets lane. And the tree goes Rudolph as we are all red across the board. When the wind goes on over to the left-hand lane does it by less. 004 red in the left, 15 in the right. Jason Schott will not be making it through to the next round. Tim Vincent